Hi angels. This is found in silence by the angel demon. Summary. Aizawa and Yamada adopt Hitoshi, who was abused because of his brainwashing quirk, and later taken Izuku, a quirkless genius. Over time, they also adopt Bakugou, who is struggling with abuse and hearing loss. The three boys grow up together, facing challenges at UA High School and learning to support each other. Through battles, personal struggles, and family moments, Bakugou finally accepts that he belongs to a family that loves him. The story ends with the family celebrating their future, stronger than ever. Chapter 1, A New Start. Summary. Aizawa and Yamada stumble upon a young Hitoshi Shinso, who has been abused due to his quirk. They take him in, offering him safety and stability, even though Hitoshi is wary of trusting them. Slowly, he begins to feel secure in their care. Story. The city streets were quiet, too quiet for Muzidafu at this hour. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the world draped in shadows. Shoyuta Aizawa walked silently alongside his husband, Hisashi Yamada, his eyes scanning the alleys they passed. Hisashi had a sense for things. After years of being heroes together, Aizawa trusted his instincts almost as much as his own. Shoyuta, Hisashi murmured, his voice quiet despite his natural inclination for volume. He pointed ahead, his brow furrowing in concern. Aizawa's gaze followed, landing on a small figure huddled near a dumpster. His eyes narrowed. It was a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, with dark purple hair that stuck out in messy clumps. The boy's knees were pulled to his chest, his entire body shaking as if he were trying to disappear into the pavement. Aizawa and Hisashi approached cautiously, not wanting to startle him. As they drew closer, the boy's face became clearer in the dim light, pale skin, bruises marring his cheeks, and his wide, terrified eyes flicked up to meet Aizawa's. The look in those eyes told them everything. This boy had been through more than any child should ever have to endure. Hisashi crouched down first, moving slowly. He wasn't wearing his usual bright hero gear tonight, just a hoodie and jeans, but even without his signature look, he had a presence that was hard to miss. "Hey, little listener," Hisashi said softly, his voice a quiet echo of his usual energetic tone. He signed as he spoke, his hands moving fluidly through the words. "It's okay. We're here to help." The boy flinched at first, but didn't move to run. His eyes darted between Aizawa and Hisashi, uncertain, but there was a flicker of recognition when he saw Hisashi's hands moving. He hesitated, then made a small motion with his hands, an attempt at signing, though his fingers were shaky. "Help?" The boy signed back, his movements hesitant. Aizawa's heart clenched. He didn't need to ask what had happened, it was clear from the state the boy was in. This was Hitoshi Shinso, the child whose name had been whispered in the hero community for months. His quirk, brainwashing, had been labeled dangerous, and Aizawa had heard rumors that his family had taken matters into their own hands. "We're heroes," Aizawa said quietly, kneeling beside Hisashi. "You're safe now." Hitoshi's eyes filled with tears, but he quickly blinked them away, hiding his face behind his knees once more. There was a pause, a moment where neither Aizawa nor Hisashi knew if the boy would run or break. Then, slowly, Hitoshi relaxed just a fraction, his head lifting to peek at them again. "Do you want to come with us?" Hisashi asked softly, holding out his hand but keeping a respectable distance. "You don't have to go back to where you were. We'll keep you safe." The boy's small frame trembled, his breathing quick and shallow. But when he looked at the two men, something in their eyes must have given him hope, because after a long, tense silence, Hitoshi nodded. It was the smallest of movements, barely noticeable, but Aizawa saw it. "That's good," Aizawa said, his voice steady and calm. "We'll take care of you." The apartment was quiet when they returned. Hitoshi walked in hesitantly, his eyes darting around like he was waiting for someone to jump out at him. Aizawa and Hisashi exchanged a glance, this would take time. Trust didn't come easily to children who had been hurt as much as Hitoshi had. "Are you hungry?" Hisashi asked, signing the question as he spoke. Hitoshi looked at him, his eyes flicking to Aizawa, then back to Hisashi, before giving another small nod. His hands twitched, signing a hesitant yes. Hisashi smiled warmly and motioned for him to sit at the table. "Why don't you sit down? I'll make us something to eat." Aizawa moved quietly to sit across from Hitoshi, not speaking, but just being there. He didn't push the boy to talk. He knew that after the life Hitoshi had lived, silence was often a refuge. But the silence between them now felt different. It wasn't the empty, hollow quiet of before. This was a shared space, a safe space. Hitoshi didn't say much as he ate the sandwich Hisashi had made for him, but he ate. That alone was progress. When he finished, he glanced at Aizawa and Hisashi, his fingers twitching again. "Thank you." Hisashi smiled again, this time wider, more genuine. "You're welcome, little listener." Underscore 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 underscore. That night, as Hitoshi lay in the guest room, his room now, Aizawa and Hisashi sat together on the couch, the weight of the day settling over them. "What are we going to do?" Hisashi asked, leaning into Aizawa's side. "He's been through so much." Aizawa sighed, his hand moving to rest on Hisashi's shoulder. "We take it one day at a time. He needs stability, a place where he knows he's safe." Hisashi nodded, his fingers absent-mindedly signing the words as he spoke. Safe. It was a simple word, but it was everything Hitoshi needed right now. And Aizawa and Hisashi were determined to give it to him. As they sat in the quiet of their apartment, Aizawa glanced toward Hitoshi's room. He wasn't sure what the future held for the boy, but he knew one thing for certain: they weren't going to let him go back to the life he had before. Hitoshi Shinso was part of their family now, whether he realized it yet or not. Chapter 2, Building Trust. Summary. Hitoshi struggles with feelings of unworthiness from his past abuse. Yamada, who understands feeling different due to his hearing loss, begins teaching Hitoshi sign language to help express his emotions. Aizawa introduces Hitoshi to basic hero training, showing him that his quirk is powerful and useful. Story. Hitoshi sat on the edge of the couch, shoulders hunched as if trying to make himself smaller. His hands rested awkwardly in his lap, fingers occasionally twitching. He didn't know what to do with them, or with himself, really. The apartment was cozy, warm even, but it still felt foreign to him. Hisashi sat across from him, his bright smile and easy demeanor almost too much for Hitoshi to handle. He kept glancing between Aizawa, who sat beside Hisashi, and the door, wondering if it would be rude to ask to leave. They hadn't taken him back to the orphanage, and a small part of him didn't want to go back. But the fear was there, gnawing at him. "I don't belong here." "So, little listener," Hisashi said, his voice softer than usual. Hitoshi noticed how he never seemed to shout like the rumors said he did. "We were thinking, maybe, you'd like to learn some sign language." Hitoshi blinked in surprise. "Sign language?" Hisashi nodded enthusiastically, fingers moving with a fluidity that almost distracted Hitoshi from his own spiraling thoughts. "Yeah, you know? To help express yourself when you don't feel like talking out loud. It's kinda cool." He watched Hisashi's hands, his mind processing the idea slowly. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, sometimes, it was just that the words got caught in his throat. But the idea of communicating in a different way, of maybe avoiding some of the awkward silences and struggles, intrigued him. And somehow, it felt safer. "Okay," Hitoshi said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Hizashi's grin widened. Awesome. We can start small. Just basic stuff, no pressure. Aizawa remained quiet, watching the interaction. His presence was calm, steady, and Hitoshi appreciated that Aizawa never pushed him to do anything he didn't want. But even without the words, Hitoshi could feel that Aizawa was invested in him too, just in his own, quieter way. Underscore 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 underscore. A few days passed, and Hitoshi began to settle in, though the unease still lingered at the edges. He spent most of his time alone in the guest room that Aizawa and Hizashi had given him. He didn't ask for much, didn't want to be a burden. But every day, without fail, Hizashi would sit with him after dinner and teach him a few new signs. It was slow going at first. Hitoshi's fingers were stiff, clumsy, but Hizashi was patient, showing him the same signs over and over until Hitoshi felt comfortable enough to try them himself. It was during one of these quiet lessons that Hitoshi finally asked, "Why do you know sign language?" Hizashi's hands paused in midair. He blinked in surprise, then smiled softly. "Well, little listener, it's because I'm hard of hearing." Hitoshi's eyes widened. He hadn't noticed. Hizashi seemed so energetic, so loud in his own way. But now that he was thinking about it, he noticed the faint glimmer of the hearing aids in Hizashi's ears, mostly hidden by his hair. "People don't usually notice," Hizashi said, his voice still light but a bit more serious. "When I was younger, people thought I couldn't do things, because I couldn't hear well. They looked at me like I was different in a bad way. Took me a long time to realize that different isn't bad." Hitoshi stared at him, feeling a knot form in his chest. He knew that feeling all too well, the looks, the whispers, the way people treated him like he was dangerous just because of his quirk. Because he could control people. Hizashi reached over and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "You're not dangerous, Hitoshi. You're just you. And you're not alone." That evening, Aizawa stood outside on the small balcony, watching the stars as they twinkled faintly in the city's glow. He didn't react when Hitoshi stepped outside, though he noted the boy's presence immediately. "Can I ask you something?" Hitoshi asked, his voice quiet. Aizawa nodded, turning slightly to face him. "What do you do?" Hitoshi asked. "Like, for your job?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "I'm a hero." "I know that," Hitoshi muttered, feeling embarrassed. "But, what do you really do? What kind of hero?" Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Hitoshi with a serious, but calm expression. "I stop people from hurting others. I also stop them from hurting themselves." Hitoshi frowned, trying to understand the deeper meaning in Aizawa's words. And what if they can't help it? What if their quirk makes them dangerous? Aizawa's gaze softened. He knew what Hitoshi was asking. Everyone can make a choice. Even if their quirk is difficult to control, they can still choose how they want to use it. Your quirk doesn't make you dangerous, Hitoshi. How you choose to use it is what matters. Hitoshi felt a weight lift from his chest, just slightly. He had spent so much time fearing his quirk, fearing that one day he'd lose control, that someone else would get hurt because of him. But Aizawa didn't seem afraid. In fact, Aizawa seemed confident in him. "I can teach you," Aizawa said after a moment of silence. "If you want to learn how to control it, I can help." Hitoshi blinked in surprise. "You'd do that?" Aizawa nodded. "You're not dangerous, Hitoshi. But if you want to become stronger, to control your quirk, I'll train you." For the first time since he had arrived, Hitoshi felt something close to hope. underscore 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 underscore. The next day, Hitoshi stood in the small training room Aizawa had set up. His body was tense, his mind buzzing with anxiety. But Aizawa's calm, steady presence helped. "We'll start small," Aizawa instructed, his voice low but firm. "Use your quirk on me." Hitoshi's eyes widened in panic. "What? No, I can't." Aizawa held up a hand. "Trust me. I'll stop it if I need to. But you need to trust yourself first." Hitoshi swallowed hard, fear clawing at his insides. But he took a deep breath, focusing on Aizawa's unwavering gaze. Slowly, hesitantly, he let his quirk activate. The familiar pressure built in his chest, the sensation of control slipping through his fingers as he connected with Aizawa's mind. Aizawa's eyes glazed over for a moment, his body stiffening as Hitoshi's quirk took hold. Hitoshi's breath hitched, terrified of what he was capable of. But before the fear could overwhelm him, Aizawa blinked and snapped out of it, his quirk nullifying Hitoshi's power instantly. "Good," Aizawa said, his voice calm. "You can control it. You just need practice." Hitoshi stood there, stunned. It was the first time anyone had ever said those words to him. For so long, people had told him to hide his quirk, to suppress it. But Aizawa was telling him to control it. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as dangerous as he thought. Underscore 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 underscore. That night, as Hitoshi lay in bed, he thought about what Aizawa had said. He thought about the way Hizashi had shown him kindness, without expecting anything in return. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like maybe he could trust them. Maybe he could trust himself, too. Chapter 3, Settling In. Summary. Hitoshi starts adjusting to life with Aizawa and Yamada, though he experiences flashbacks of his abuse. The couple reassures him that he's safe. Hitoshi observes their strong bond, communicating effortlessly in both speech and sign language. Story. The first few weeks in Aizawa and Yamada's apartment were a blur of strange emotions for Hitoshi. He had never known this kind of stability, this odd sense of safety that came from waking up in the same bed, eating meals at the same table, and seeing the same people every day. It was unsettling in its own way, like he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He didn't want to let his guard down. His instincts, honed by years of unpredictability, told him that this comfort wouldn't last, that something would inevitably go wrong. That they'd get tired of him, like everyone else had. He had been a burden before. Why would it be different now? Yet Aizawa and Yamada were consistent. They didn't push him for anything. Aizawa, with his quiet demeanor, would sometimes just sit in the same room as Hitoshi without saying a word, not expecting him to speak either. Yamada, well, Hizashi, as he insisted Hitoshi call him, was the opposite, always talking, always moving, always signing something to make Hitoshi smile, but never asking too much of him. It should have been comforting. It was, sometimes. But Hitoshi couldn't shake the feeling that it was all temporary. Hitoshi stood in the small kitchen, staring at the box of cereal in front of him. It was one of the mornings where both Aizawa and Hizashi were out early. They had left a note on the table for him, something about patrols and hero work, and told him to help himself to breakfast. Hitoshi wasn't hungry. His stomach churned with anxiety instead, his thoughts whirling in loops that he couldn't control. There was a tightness in his chest, the same suffocating feeling that always crept up on him when he was alone with his thoughts. He tried to ignore it, tried to focus on something, anything, but all he could think about was that feeling of being unwanted, of being too much, too difficult. The memories came back uninvited. The yelling. The harsh words that followed him around his foster home. The disappointment in their eyes whenever he made a mistake. They never used his name. Not really. Just the labels they threw at him: problem child, dangerous, freak. Don't look at me like that, his foster father had once snapped after Hitoshi's quirk had accidentally activated. I won't have you using that thing on me. He hadn't meant to. He had never meant to use it. But that didn't matter. The fear in their eyes was always the same. And when they looked at him like that, he knew what was coming. He flinched just thinking about it, the echo of the slap ringing in his ears. Hitoshi blinked back into the present, his hands trembling as they gripped the counter. He closed his eyes, trying to shake off the memory, but his breathing was shallow, ragged. His heart pounded in his chest, and his mind raced with the thought that maybe, just maybe, it was happening again. That this new life he was trying to build would fall apart the moment he lost control. Because that's what he did. He lost control. He could still hear his foster father's words in his mind: "You're dangerous. You'll hurt someone. I know you will." He gasped, stumbling back from the counter, his hands clutching at his chest as if he could physically stop the panic from taking over. The apartment suddenly felt too small, too quiet, too empty. They're gone, he thought. What if they don't come back? The irrational fear gripped him. He had been left behind before. What if it happened again? He didn't know how long he stood there, frozen in his own mind, but the sound of the front door creaking open snapped him back to reality. Hitoshi's head jerked up, and he saw Aizawa stepping inside, his tired eyes immediately locking onto Hitoshi's trembling form. "Hey," Aizawa said softly, closing the door behind him. His voice was calm, controlled, but there was concern in his eyes. "You okay?" Hitoshi nodded too quickly, a lie sitting at the edge of his lips. He wanted to say he was fine, that it was nothing, but the truth was too raw, too close. He didn't know how to talk about it. How could he explain what was going on in his mind when it didn't even make sense to him? Aizawa didn't press him. He didn't need to. He stepped closer, his presence steady, grounding, and simply waited. Hitoshi's breathing gradually slowed as he focused on Aizawa's calm expression, his heartbeats syncing with the quiet rhythm of the room. Hisashi appeared a moment later, the usual bright energy in his step slightly more subdued when he saw Hitoshi's state. He exchanged a glance with Aizawa, something unspoken passing between them, and then Hisashi was by Hitoshi's side, his hand resting gently on Hitoshi's shoulder. "You want to talk about it, little listener?" Hisashi asked, his voice soft, but still holding that familiar warmth. His fingers moved in sync with his words, signing as he spoke, a habit that Hitoshi had come to notice more and more. Hisashi always made sure his hands were moving, even when Hitoshi didn't respond in sign. Hitoshi shook his head, swallowing the lump in his throat. "No." "That's okay," Hisashi said immediately. "You don't have to." Aizawa gave a small nod of agreement. "We're here when you're ready." Hitoshi stood there, between the two of them, feeling the weight of their words settle in. They didn't push, didn't pry. They were just there, waiting, letting him breathe. It was enough. Later that evening, Hitoshi found himself in the living room, curled up on the couch, with a blanket wrapped tightly around him. He wasn't cold, but the warmth of the fabric made him feel a little more secure, like it could shield him from the thoughts that still circled in his mind. Hisashi was sitting across from him, flipping through a magazine, while Aizawa was grading papers at the dining table. The silence in the room wasn't oppressive like it had been that morning. Now, it was comfortable, an easy, shared quiet that didn't demand anything of him. Hitoshi's gaze wandered to Hizashi's hands as he absent-mindedly signed while reading, his fingers moving in small, rhythmic motions. It was something Hitoshi had begun to notice more and more, the way Aizawa and Hizashi communicated seamlessly, even when they weren't actively speaking. They shared a language that wasn't just words, it was gestures, glances, little movements that conveyed more than just meaning. Sometimes, Hitoshi would catch them in the middle of a conversation that was half-spoken, half-signed, and he'd feel a pang of something unfamiliar, something like envy, but softer. He wasn't used to seeing people communicate like that, with such ease, such trust. Hizashi looked up from his magazine, catching Hitoshi's gaze. He gave him a warm smile. "You good?" he signed, his hands moving fluidly. Hitoshi nodded, his own fingers twitching in response, though he didn't sign back. He wasn't quite there yet. But the thought was there, the possibility of responding without words. Hizashi didn't push. He simply smiled again and went back to his magazine, as if the interaction had been perfectly normal. And maybe, Hitoshi thought, it was normal, for them. The realization made him feel both comforted and a little out of place at the same time. This was their world, their bond, and he was still trying to figure out where he fit into it. That night, the nightmares came back. He hadn't had them in a while, or at least, not this intensely. But now, in the quiet darkness of his room, they crept in, dragging him back to places he didn't want to be. The cold, sharp feeling of being unwanted. The sound of raised voices. The harsh sting of rejection that echoed in his mind. In the dream, his foster father stood over him, eyes cold and unfeeling. "You'll never be good enough," the voice echoed in his mind, growing louder, sharper. *, "You're dangerous. People like you don't deserve to be loved. *. Hitoshi bolted upright in bed, his heart racing, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He could still feel the weight of those words pressing down on him, choking him, suffocating him. For a moment, he thought about running. That's what he used to do, run, hide, disappear until the feeling subsided. But then, he heard the faint sound of movement outside his room, the familiar soft footsteps of Aizawa. Aizawa didn't knock. He never did. But somehow, he always knew. He opened the door quietly, his expression calm, unbothered by the late hour. "Nightmare?" Aizawa asked, though he didn't need a response. Hitoshi nodded, unable to find his voice. Aizawa didn't say anything. He didn't ask for details. Instead, he simply stepped inside, sitting down in the chair by the bed, keeping his distance but close enough to let Hitoshi know he wasn't alone. The silence between them was heavy, but not uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence that Aizawa seemed to specialize in, the kind that didn't demand answers, that didn't need to be filled with empty words. It was simply there, offering a space for Hitoshi to exist without the weight of expectations. After a few moments, Hitoshi spoke, his voice barely a whisper. I had nightmares a lot, before." Aizawa nodded, still not speaking, but Hitoshi could feel the understanding in his presence. "They always said I was dangerous. That I'd hurt people." "You won't," Aizawa said firmly, his voice low but certain. "You're not dangerous, Hitoshi." Hitoshi swallowed, the tightness in his chest loosening just a bit. "How do you know?" "Because I've seen people who are dangerous," Aizawa said. "You're not one of them." Hitoshi didn't know how to respond to that. The weight of Aizawa's belief in him felt heavy, but not in a bad way. It was just different. It wasn't something he was used to, this idea that someone could see him as something other than a threat. Eventually, Aizawa stood up, giving Hitoshi a small nod. "Get some sleep. You're safe here." The words lingered in the air long after Aizawa left the room. Safe. It was a word Hitoshi didn't think he would ever associate with himself, but here, in this apartment with Aizawa and Hisashi, maybe it was possible. Maybe, for the first time, he could believe it. Chapter 4, A New Edition. Summary. Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless child struggling with societal expectations, is taken in by Aizawa and Yamada. Despite his quirkless status, Izuku is a genius with support items, which intrigues Hitoshi, who is initially unsure about sharing the attention but soon warms up to Izuku. Story. The first time Hitoshi met Izuku Midoriya, he was not sure what to think. It had been a quiet morning in the apartment. Aizawa had left early for his pro-hero duties, while Hisashi was sitting at the kitchen table, reading through paperwork, and occasionally glancing over to check on Hitoshi, who was staring at his half-eaten breakfast. It was a rare day off from school, so Hitoshi had been preparing for another slow, uneventful day. That was, until the door opened with a quiet click, and Aizawa stepped inside, followed by a boy with messy green hair and large, curious eyes. The boy looked younger than Hitoshi, maybe around 13 or 14, with freckles dotting his cheeks and an air of nervous excitement that buzzed around him like static. Hitoshi, this is Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa said, his voice as calm and measured as always. He'll be staying with us for a while. Hitoshi blinked, staring at the boy who was shifting on his feet like he didn't quite know where to stand. He clutched the straps of his backpack tightly, his gaze darting around the apartment like he was trying to take everything in at once. Hisashi immediately stood from the table, his trademark grin lighting up his face. Yo! Welcome, little listener. We're happy to have you. He signed the words as well, his hands moving fluidly with the same enthusiasm that filled his voice. Izuku's face brightened at the warm greeting, but Hitoshi could see the uncertainty still lingering in his eyes. Hi. Izuku said, his voice a little too loud with nerves. Thank you for having me. Hitoshi kept silent, watching as Hisashi welcomed the new kid with his usual energetic warmth. Aizawa, meanwhile, placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a gesture that seemed to ground the boy, who was visibly trying to contain his excitement. He'll be staying in the spare room across from yours, Aizawa told Hitoshi, his gaze meeting the teen's briefly before returning to Izuku. You'll get along just fine. Hitoshi nodded automatically but didn't say anything. He wasn't sure how he felt about this new addition. He had only just started getting used to life with Aizawa and Hisashi, and now there was someone else? Someone younger, more talkative, and with that kind of boundless energy that made Hitoshi feel tired just watching him. But he didn't have time to dwell on it for long. Izuku had already turned to him, offering a bright smile and an awkward wave. Hi. It's nice to meet you, Izuku said, his tone genuine and a little too eager. I hope we can get along. Hitoshi stared at him for a moment before giving a slow nod. Yeah. Sure. As it turned out, Izuku Midoriya was, a lot. Within the first hour of being in the apartment, the kid had managed to take apart an old radio in the living room, excitedly explaining to Hisashi how he could fix it and improve the sound quality by modifying the inner mechanics. Hisashi, to his credit, listened with genuine interest, nodding along and occasionally throwing in enthusiastic comments about how cool Izuku's ideas were. Hitoshi, meanwhile, sat on the couch, watching the whole exchange with a growing sense of discomfort. It wasn't that he disliked Izuku, he didn't even know him well enough to dislike him, but the sheer energy the boy brought with him was overwhelming. And the way he seemed to instantly connect with Hisashi didn't help. Hitoshi had been slowly growing used to sharing space with Aizawa and Hisashi, but now there was someone else. Someone who seemed to demand attention without even trying. Izuku didn't stop talking for hours. He talked about support items, about his love for designing gear, about how he was learning everything he could to help heroes, even though he was quirkless. Hitoshi had never met anyone like him before, a kid so excited to talk about his passions, so open. It was unnerving. A few days later, Hitoshi found himself alone in the living room, idly flipping through channels on the TV. Aizawa was out again, and Hitoshi was running errands, leaving him some much-needed quiet time. He had just started to settle into the silence when he heard the soft creak of a door behind him. He turned his head just in time to see Izuku peek into the room, his wide green eyes lighting up when he saw Hitoshi sitting there. "Oh, hey. You're here," Izuku said, stepping into the room with a hesitant but hopeful smile. I was just working on some designs for new support gear, and I thought maybe you'd like to see?" Hitoshi blinked, not sure how to respond. He wasn't really interested in support gear, and he wasn't sure why Izuku was asking him of all people. I don't really." "It's okay if you're not into it," Izuku added quickly, his hands fidgeting nervously as he shifted on his feet. "I just thought. I dunno, maybe you'd think it was cool." Hitoshi hesitated, his initial instinct to say no warring with the curiosity that was beginning to creep up on him. Izuku was strange, too earnest, too energetic, but there was something about the way he was looking at Hitoshi, like he genuinely wanted to share something with him, that made it hard to refuse. "Okay," Hitoshi said finally, setting down the remote. "Show me." Izuku's face lit up like a light bulb, and in a flash, he was at the table, pulling out a notebook filled with scribbled designs and notes. He flipped through the pages rapidly, muttering excitedly about all the different ideas he had for new support items, things like hero costumes with built-in communication devices, specialized shoes for better mobility, and even gadgets to help heroes with more dangerous or unstable quirks. Hitoshi listened in silence, his initial reluctance slowly melting away as he watched Izuku's enthusiasm. The kid wasn't just energetic, he was brilliant. His designs, though rough, were surprisingly detailed, and the way he spoke about each one showed a deep understanding of both engineering and quirk dynamics. "You really came up with all of this?" Hitoshi asked, unable to hide his surprise. Izuku nodded eagerly. "Yeah. I mean, I know I can't be a hero since I don't have a quirk, but I still want to help. Support gear is a way for me to do that, you know? To make a difference." Hitoshi frowned slightly. "Why can't you be a hero?" Izuku blinked, looking a little taken aback by the question. "Oh, well, because I don't have a quirk. I mean, people always told me it's impossible for someone like me to become a hero." "That's stupid," Hitoshi said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, Hitoshi worried that he had said something wrong. But then Izuku laughed, a soft, warm sound that made Hitoshi's chest feel lighter. "Thanks," Izuku said, his smile a little more genuine now. "But it's okay. I figured out that even if I can't be a hero in the traditional sense, I can still help them. I can still do something important." Hitoshi didn't respond right away, but something about Izuku's words struck a chord with him. Here was this kid, quirkless, underestimated, constantly told he couldn't do something, and yet, he still found a way to keep moving forward. He still believed he could make a difference. Maybe, Hitoshi thought, there was more to Izuku than just his boundless energy. The days passed, and slowly, Hitoshi found himself growing more accustomed to Izuku's presence. It was hard not to, really. The kid was everywhere, constantly talking, constantly tinkering with something, always eager to share his latest ideas. But despite Hitoshi's initial discomfort, there was something undeniably disarming about Izuku's genuine nature. Hitoshi hadn't realized how much he had grown used to Izuku's ramblings until one afternoon when the apartment was quiet. Aizawa and Hitoshi had taken Izuku out to visit the UA support labs, leaving Hitoshi alone for the first time in days. At first, the silence had been welcome. He had stretched out on the couch, relishing the peace. But as the hours dragged on, he found himself glancing at the door, wondering when they'd be back. The apartment felt empty without Izuku's chatter, without the constant hum of his energy filling the space. Hitoshi frowned at the thought, feeling a strange mix of annoyance and realization. He had gotten used to Izuku's presence, maybe even liked having him around. The realization made Hitoshi feel uneasy. He wasn't good at this. He wasn't good at letting people in, at sharing space with others. He had spent so long keeping his distance, convinced that the less he got attached, the less it would hurt when things inevitably fell apart. But Izuku didn't seem like someone who would leave easily. He was too stubborn, too persistent. And maybe, just maybe, Hitoshi was starting to appreciate that. When Aizawa, Hisashi, and Izuku finally returned later that evening, Hitoshi found himself glancing up from the TV, his chest loosening at the sound of the door opening. "We're back," Izuku announced, his voice filled with excitement as he burst into the living room, waving a small gadget in his hand. "Look at this. I got to work on this new prototype at the lab today. It's a..." "Slow down, little listener," Hisashi laughed, ruffling Izuku's hair. "You'll overwhelm the poor guy." Izuku grinned sheepishly, but the excitement in his eyes didn't dim. He immediately sat down on the couch next to Hitoshi, holding out the gadget for him to see. Hitoshi took it, examining the small device. It was sleek, carefully constructed, and clearly designed with precision. "You made this?" "Yeah." Izuku nodded. "Well, I got some help from one of the support course students, but it was mostly my idea. It's meant to enhance hearing for heroes who have quirks that rely on sound." Hitoshi handed the gadget back to Izuku, nodding in approval. "It's cool." Izuku beamed, and for the first time since he had arrived, Hitoshi found himself smiling, just a little. Maybe sharing space with Izuku wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 5, Brothers by Choice. Summary. Hitoshi and Izuku bond over their shared feelings of being outcasts. Aizawa and Yamada continue encouraging both boys to embrace their strengths. Hitoshi quietly begins to see them all as family, even referring to them as such. Story. The early morning sun filtered through the curtains of the apartment, casting soft light across the floor. Hitoshi sat at the kitchen table, poking at his cereal with a spoon, lost in thought. The apartment was quiet, except for the occasional rustling of paper from Aizawa, who was reading a report across from him. It had been a couple of weeks since Izuku had moved in, and though things had settled into a routine, Hitoshi still wasn't sure how he felt about the new dynamic. He hadn't expected to have a little brother, much less someone as energetic and relentlessly optimistic as Izuku. It wasn't that he disliked the kid, Izuku was fine. But the idea of sharing space, sharing them, Aizawa and Hisashi, was still something he struggled with. They were his family, or at least, they had been. And now, they were his too. Izuku entered the kitchen with his usual clumsy enthusiasm, nearly tripping over his own feet as he carried a stack of notebooks and schematics. He had probably been up late working on support gear again. The boy was constantly designing, constantly creating, like his mind never stopped. "Morning." Izuku greeted them cheerfully as he dropped his stuff onto the table. He gave Aizawa a quick wave, then looked to Hitoshi. "Hey, do you want to see the new designs I've been working on? I think I've figured out how to improve the mobility of prosthetic legs for heroes. Oh, and I've also been working on..." Hitoshi blinked, not quite awake enough to process the barrage of words. Sure." Izuku didn't need much more than that. He immediately launched into an excited explanation, flipping through his notebooks, his words tumbling out so quickly that Hitoshi could barely keep up. He had to admit, though, the kid's ideas were impressive. Izuku had a knack for engineering that Hitoshi had never seen before, and even though Hitoshi didn't understand half of what he was talking about, there was something infectious about his enthusiasm. "See, this part here," Izuku said, pointing to a detailed sketch of a prosthetic design. "It's meant to provide additional support for heroes who have quirks that put a lot of strain on their legs, like high-impact jumps or enhanced speed. I'm still trying to figure out the right material for it, but I think. Midoriya, Aizawa interrupted, his voice low but firm. Breathe. Izuku stopped mid-sentence, blinking in confusion, before he realized he had been rambling. Oh, right. Sorry. Aizawa gave a small nod, returning his attention to his report, though Hitoshi could see the faintest trace of a smile tugging at his lips. Aizawa had always been patient with them, and though his teaching methods were usually tough, there was a certain softness in the way he handled both Hitoshi and Izuku. Izuku cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed as he glanced at Hitoshi. Anyway, you don't have to look at it if you don't want to. Hitoshi stared at the sketches for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's cool. I like hearing about it. Izuku's eyes lit up, and for a second, Hitoshi wondered if he had said something wrong. But then Izuku's smile widened, and he looked genuinely happy, like someone had just given him the best compliment in the world. Really? Thanks, Hitoshi. Hitoshi shifted awkwardly in his seat, not sure how to respond. Compliments weren't exactly his forte, and he wasn't used to someone being so open with their feelings. But something about Izuku's excitement made him feel less on edge, like maybe this whole having a little brother thing wouldn't be as bad as he had imagined. Over the next few days, Hitoshi found himself spending more time with Izuku. It wasn't intentional, not at first. But Izuku had a way of pulling people in, whether he meant to or not. And while Hitoshi usually preferred to keep his distance, he couldn't help but be drawn to the kid's relentless curiosity and genuine nature. One afternoon, they were both sitting in the living room, Hitoshi with a book in his lap, and Izuku with yet another sketchpad, scribbling away at some new design. The silence between them wasn't awkward, but it wasn't exactly comfortable either. It was something in between, a space that neither of them knew quite how to navigate yet. Hey, Izuku said suddenly, breaking the silence. He glanced at Hitoshi, his eyes hesitant but curious. Can I ask you something? Hitoshi closed his book and shrugged. Sure. Izuku hesitated for a moment, chewing on his bottom lip like he wasn't sure if he should continue. But then he took a deep breath and asked, What's your quirk? Hitoshi stiffened, his fingers tightening around the edges of his book. It wasn't an unusual question, everyone asked about quirks, but for some reason, hearing it from Izuku made him feel exposed. It's called brainwashing, Hitoshi said quietly, his voice flat. He waited for the inevitable reaction, the fear, the discomfort, the way people always recoiled when they learned what he could do. I can make people do whatever I say, as long as they respond to me. Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't look scared or uncomfortable. Instead, he tilted his head thoughtfully, his fingers tapping his chin as he processed the information. Wow, that's amazing. Hitoshi blinked, not sure he had heard him right. What? I mean, that's such a powerful quirk. Izuku continued, his voice filled with genuine awe. I bet there are so many strategic ways you could use it in battle. And you'd be great in situations where you need to subdue villains without violence. There's a lot you could do with it. Hitoshi stared at him, stunned. He wasn't used to hearing his quirk described like that. People usually called it scary or dangerous, not amazing. You don't think it's bad? Hitoshi asked, his voice quiet. Izuku shook his head emphatically. No way. Every quirk has its strengths, and yours is no different. It's all about how you use it, right? Hitoshi wasn't sure how to respond. He had spent most of his life being told that his quirk made him a threat, that he had to be careful not to hurt people with it. But here was Izuku, a quirkless kid who had every reason to be afraid of powerful quirks, looking at him like he was something special. For a moment, Hitoshi didn't know what to say. He had never met someone like Izuku, someone who saw the good in everything, even in something as dangerous as brainwashing. What about you? Hitoshi asked, hoping to shift the attention away from himself. What's your quirk? Izuku's expression faltered for just a second, a flash of something vulnerable crossing his face before he forced a smile. I don't have one. Hitoshi frowned, confused. What do you mean? I was born quirkless, Izuku explained, his voice softer now. I've always wanted to be a hero, but without a quirk, everyone told me it was impossible. That's why I started studying support gear. It's the only way I can help. Hitoshi stared at him, his mind racing as he processed Izuku's words. No quirk? The kid had more enthusiasm and drive than anyone he'd ever met, and yet he didn't have a quirk? It didn't make sense. So you're just doing all this on your own? Hitoshi asked, gesturing to the scattered papers and designs. Izuku nodded, his smile turning a little sheepish. Yeah. I mean, I know it's not the same as being a hero, but I figured it's the closest I can get. I just want to help. Hitoshi was quiet for a long moment, staring at Izuku with a mix of admiration and confusion. He had spent so much of his life being defined by his quirk, being feared and judged for it, that he couldn't imagine what it would be like to have nothing at all. And yet, here was Izuku, someone who had every reason to give up, still fighting to make a difference. You're crazy, Hitoshi said finally, though there was no malice in his voice. Izuku laughed, the sound light and genuine. Yeah, I guess I am. For the first time since they had met, Hitoshi found himself smiling. Days turned into weeks, and slowly, almost without realizing it, Hitoshi began to think of Izuku as more than just the quirkless kid who wouldn't stop talking. He was still annoying at times, too energetic, too optimistic, but he was also kind. And that kindness was something Hitoshi hadn't experienced in a long time. He wasn't sure when it happened, but one day, Hitoshi caught himself thinking of them, Aizawa, Hisashi, and Izuku, as his family. It wasn't something he would ever say out loud, at least not yet, but the thought was there, quietly growing in the back of his mind. They were his family. His real family. And for the first time in a long time, Hitoshi felt like he might actually belong. Chapter 6, New Horizons. Summary. Time jump, Hitoshi and Izuku are now older and attending UA High School. Hitoshi joins Class 1A, while Izuku thrives in the support course. Though their paths diverge, the brothers support each other, deepening their bond. Story. The world seemed different now. Time had passed since those first awkward days in the apartment, and everything had shifted in ways that Hitoshi couldn't have imagined back then. He and Izuku had settled into a routine, one that included late-night conversations, support gear tinkering, and the steady presence of Aizawa and Hisashi guiding them. In that time, the bond between the two boys had solidified. And now, they stood at the precipice of something new, UA High School. Hitoshi had been accepted into Class 1A under Aizawa's recommendation, something that had shocked and thrilled him in equal measure. He'd worked hard for it, every day of training, every lesson in controlling his brainwashing quirk, and now he was stepping into the most prestigious hero course in the country. Izuku, on the other hand, had joined the support course. Despite his lack of a quirk, his brilliance in engineering had caught the attention of Power Loader, the head of the support department. Izuku had found his place in creating tools and gear for heroes, and it was clear from the way he talked about it that he had never been happier. The first day of UA had arrived, and the air was buzzing with excitement. As Hitoshi stood in the hallways, watching students filter into their classrooms, a quiet sense of pride filled him. He had made it. They both had. Hitoshi sat in his seat in Class 1A, trying to focus on the lesson, but his mind kept drifting. The classroom was abuzz with energy, students introducing themselves, chatting about their quirks, and discussing the upcoming hero training sessions. Hitoshi had kept to himself for the most part, still feeling the weight of the stares that followed him whenever people learned about his quirk. But it didn't bother him as much as it used to. Aizawa stood at the front of the room, his usual tired expression in place as he called for order. All right, everyone. Settle down. Today's training will focus on teamwork and quirk control. Remember, you're here to learn how to work as a team, not to show off. Hitoshi's attention snapped back to Aizawa. Teamwork wasn't exactly his strong suit, but Aizawa had always emphasized its importance. And after everything Aizawa and Hisashi had done for him, Hitoshi wanted to prove that he was more than just his quirk. The class began to quiet down, and Aizawa's eyes briefly flicked over to Hitoshi, offering the smallest nod of acknowledgement. Hitoshi knew it wasn't favoritism. Aizawa would never show that kind of bias in front of the class, but it was a silent reminder that he believed in Hitoshi, that he was proud of him. As the lesson moved forward, Hitoshi's thoughts drifted back to Izuku. They had both taken different paths at UA, but their bond remained strong. They didn't see each other as much during the day, but every evening, they met up in the common areas, sharing stories about their classes, their challenges, and their triumphs. Izuku had thrived in the support course. Every day, he would come home with new inventions, excitedly talking about how he had designed a new gadget or created a piece of gear that would make a hero's life easier. His passion was infectious, and though Hitoshi didn't always understand the technical details, he couldn't help but feel proud of his brother. Brother. The word still felt new, but it was one that Hitoshi had grown more comfortable with. Izuku wasn't just some kid who had moved in with him and his adoptive dads. He was family. And though Hitoshi wasn't great with emotional declarations, he knew that Izuku felt the same. Later that day, Hitoshi found himself walking to the support course labs, his mind still buzzing from the hero training session. He had spent the afternoon working on his quirk control, trying to improve his precision, but his thoughts kept drifting to Izuku. He hadn't seen him since breakfast, and he was curious to know how his day had gone. The support course labs were filled with the sounds of machines whirring, tools clinking, and students chattering excitedly about their projects. Hitoshi paused in the doorway, scanning the room for the familiar mop of green hair. Sure enough, there was Izuku, hunched over a workbench, his hands moving quickly as he adjusted the gears on a piece of equipment. He looked completely in his element, focused and determined, the chaos of the room seemingly fading into the background. Hitoshi approached the workbench, leaning against the side as he watched Izuku work. You're gonna wear yourself out if you keep that up. Izuku looked up, startled for a moment, before his face broke into a wide grin. Hitoshi! I didn't hear you come in. Yeah, you were too busy building whatever that is, Hitoshi said, nodding toward the gadget in Izuku's hands. Oh, this? Izuku held up the device proudly. It's a prototype for a new kind of wristband that can help heroes with navigation. I've been working on integrating a map system with voice commands, so heroes can get directions without having to stop and check their phones or anything. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. You're really gonna change the world with this stuff, aren't you? Izuku blushed at the compliment, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. I don't know about that. I just want to help. You are helping, Hitoshi said, his voice more serious than usual. You're helping heroes do their jobs better. That's pretty important. Izuku smiled, the embarrassment fading as pride took its place. Thanks, Hitoshi. Hitoshi shrugged, but there was a warmth in his chest that hadn't been there before. He wasn't the type to dole out compliments often, but with Izuku, it felt right. The kid deserved it. Anyway, Hitoshi said, pushing off the workbench, don't overdo it. I don't want to have to drag you out of here when you pass out from exhaustion. Izuku laughed, waving him off. I'll be fine. I've still got a lot of work to do. Hitoshi shook his head, but there was a smile tugging at his lips as he left the lab. Despite their differences, despite the different paths they had taken, they were still there for each other, supporting one another in their own ways. That evening, back at the apartment, Hitoshi and Izuku sat together on the couch, both of them exhausted from their respective classes. Aizawa was grading papers at the dining table, while Hisashi was chatting animatedly on the phone with someone from work. The silence between the two boys was comfortable, a reflection of the bond they had built over the years. They didn't need to fill the space with words anymore. Just being there, sitting side by side, was enough. Izuku leaned his head back against the couch, his eyes closed as he let out a long sigh. Man, today was exhausting. Tell me about it, Hitoshi muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Aizawa put us through hell with that teamwork training. Izuku opened one eye, glancing at Hitoshi. Teamwork? How'd that go? Hitoshi snorted. Let's just say that I'm still not great at working with other people. Izuku chuckled, but there was an understanding in his eyes. You'll get there. You're good at figuring things out. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, but he appreciated the sentiment. Izuku always had a way of making things seem less overwhelming, like no matter how hard something was, they'd figure it out together. Speaking of figuring things out, Izuku said, suddenly sitting up with excitement, I had this idea for a new piece of support gear that might help you with your brainwashing quirk. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. Oh? Yeah. Izuku grabbed a nearby notebook, flipping through the pages until he found the right sketch. I've been thinking, what if there was a way to amplify the sound of your voice during a battle, so that you could get more people to respond to you at once? It wouldn't be too overwhelming, but it could give you an edge when you need to take control of multiple targets. Hitoshi stared at the sketch, his mind racing as he considered the possibilities. That could actually work. Izuku beamed, his excitement contagious. I know, right? I'll start working on the prototype tomorrow. We can test it out after school. Hitoshi couldn't help but smile at Izuku's enthusiasm. The kid had a way of making everything seem possible, even things that had once felt out of reach. Thanks, Izuku, Hitoshi said quietly, the words carrying more weight than usual. Izuku looked up, his expression softening. Of course, Hitoshi. We're in this together, right? Hitoshi nodded, the warmth in his chest growing. They were walking different paths now, one toward becoming a hero, and the other toward supporting heroes, but they were still brothers. And no matter where those paths led them, they would always have each other's backs. Chapter 7, Reunion. Summary. Izuku encounters Bakugou for the first time in years, reopening old wounds from their strained childhood friendship. Izuku notices something different about Bakugou, he now wears hearing aids, and Izuku soon learns that Bakugou has been dealing with his own issues, including abusive parents. Story. It was the last thing Izuku expected. As he walked down the hallways of UA, his mind still buzzing with ideas from the support course, he wasn't paying much attention to where he was going. His thoughts were full of new designs, fresh concepts for gadgets, and improvements he wanted to make on Hitoshi's gear. He had been working late again the previous night, adjusting schematics and tinkering with prototypes, and now, running on little sleep, he was completely absorbed in his thoughts. That's why he didn't see him at first. Izuku rounded the corner near the training grounds, his head down, when suddenly, he collided with someone. His notebooks and papers scattered across the floor as he stumbled backward, surprised. Hey! Watch where you're going, you idiot! That voice. Izuku froze mid-reach for his fallen papers. Slowly, he looked up, his heart skipping a beat as his eyes locked onto a familiar face. Standing in front of him, glaring down with the same intensity that Izuku remembered from their childhood, was Katsuki Bakugou. For a moment, neither of them moved. Izuku stared in shock, his brain trying to catch up with the situation. He hadn't seen Bakugou since middle school, since those days when their childhood friendship had crumbled under the weight of Bakugou's aggression and bullying. Kaken. Izuku's voice was small, the old nickname slipping out before he could stop it. Bakugou's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a sneer. Don't call me that. The tension between them was immediate, thick enough to choke on. Izuku scrambled to gather his papers, his heart racing, unsure of what to say. He had imagined this moment, this reunion, countless times in his head, but now that it was happening, he felt completely unprepared. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, Izuku mumbled, his hands shaking as he fumbled with his notebooks. Bakugou crossed his arms, his gaze never leaving Izuku. Still the same useless Deku, huh? Can't even walk straight without tripping over yourself. Izuku flinched at the insult, the old wounds from their past reopening with every sharp word. It was like they had been transported back to those days in middle school, when Bakugou's bullying had crushed every ounce of confidence Izuku had. But as the seconds ticked by, Izuku began to notice something different. Bakugou's tone was harsh, but it lacked the usual fire behind it. His insults felt hollow, as if he was going through the motions rather than really trying to hurt him. And then there was the way he stood, his posture stiff, almost defensive. He wasn't the same brash, arrogant Bakugou that Izuku remembered. It wasn't until Izuku's gaze fell to Bakugou's ears that he saw it. The small, barely visible hearing aids nestled discreetly behind his ears. Izuku blinked, his mind reeling as he processed what he was seeing. Bakugou wore hearing aids? That was new, something Izuku had never known about him. He had always thought of Bakugou as invincible, as someone who never let anything hold him back. But now... Bakugou, Izuku trailed off, his voice catching in his throat. He didn't know what to say. He didn't even know if he should say anything. The last thing he wanted to do was make Bakugou feel uncomfortable, especially after everything they had been through. Bakugou scowled, clearly noticing where Izuku's gaze had landed. What? Got something to say, Deku? Izuku shook his head quickly, standing up and clutching his notebooks tightly to his chest. No, I didn't know. Bakugou's eyes flashed with something unreadable, anger, maybe, or frustration. But there was something else there too, something that Izuku couldn't quite place. Bakugou clenched his fists, his jaw tight as if he was trying to hold back whatever was bubbling beneath the surface. Yeah, well, it's none of your business, Bakugou snapped, his voice quieter now, more strained. Izuku bit his lip, unsure of how to respond. The Bakugou he had known would have shouted, would have bragged, would have torn him apart with words alone. But this Bakugou was different. He was quieter, more closed off. And those hearing aids, they told Izuku that something had changed, something important. Before Izuku could say anything else, Bakugou turned on his heel and stormed off, leaving him standing there in the hallway, his mind racing with questions. Later that evening, back at the apartment, Izuku couldn't stop thinking about Bakugou. The encounter had left him shaken, but more than that, it had left him confused. He had always seen Bakugou as someone larger than life, someone who never backed down, never showed weakness. But today he had seemed different. Almost vulnerable, though Izuku doubted Bakugou would ever admit it. Hitoshi noticed his distracted state almost immediately. They were sitting together in the living room, with Izuku half-heartedly sketching out designs, while Hitoshi read a book. After several minutes of watching Izuku scribble absently, Hitoshi set his book down and raised an eyebrow. Okay, what's going on? Hitoshi asked, his voice cutting through the silence. Izuku blinked, pulled from his thoughts. Huh? You've been zoning out since you got home. Something's bothering you. Hitoshi's tone wasn't accusing, just observant. Over the years, he had gotten pretty good at reading Izuku's moods. Izuku sighed, setting his pencil down and running a hand through his hair. I ran into someone today. Someone I wasn't expecting. Hitoshi tilted his head, curious. Who? Katsuki Bakugou, Izuku said quietly, the name feeling heavy on his tongue. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed slightly. Bakugou? Isn't that the guy who used to bully you? Izuku nodded, his expression conflicted. Yeah. We were friends when we were really little, but things got bad when we got older. He started bullying me, and we drifted apart. I haven't seen him since middle school. Hitoshi leaned back in his seat, crossing his arms. So what happened? Izuku hesitated, thinking back to the encounter in the hallway. He was different. Still angry, but quieter. And he was wearing hearing aids. Hitoshi's brow furrowed, surprise flickering across his face. Hearing aids? Yeah, Izuku said, his voice soft. I don't know what happened. I mean, he was always so strong, so loud. I never would have imagined that he'd have hearing problems. They sat in silence for a few moments, both of them processing the information. Finally, Hitoshi spoke up again. Maybe there's more going on with him than you think. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, frowning. What do you mean? Hitoshi shrugged. People change. You've changed since we first met. Maybe he has too. Izuku considered that for a moment, but it didn't feel right. Bakugou had always been so unyielding, so set in his ways. Could he really have changed that much? Before Izuku could dwell on it any longer, the front door opened, and Aizawa stepped into the apartment, looking as tired as ever. He gave them both a small nod of acknowledgement before heading to the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Izuku hesitated for a moment before standing up and following Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei? Izuku called, his voice quiet. Aizawa turned, raising an eyebrow. What is it, Midoriya? Izuku shifted on his feet, unsure of how to broach the topic. I saw Bakugou today. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but Izuku could tell that he had his full attention now. Did you? Yeah, Izuku said, his voice soft. He seemed different. He was wearing hearing aids. I didn't know he had them. Aizawa's gaze softened slightly, though his tone remained steady. He's been dealing with some things. Izuku blinked, surprised by Aizawa's words. What kind of things? Aizawa hesitated for a moment before speaking. Bakugou's situation at home hasn't been easy. His parents, they've caused him a lot of pain over the years. The hearing loss is just one part of it. Izuku's heart clenched at the thought. He had always assumed that Bakugou's anger came from his pride, from his arrogance. He had never imagined that there might be something darker behind it, something that Bakugou had been hiding all this time. He's been nearly deaf for a while now, Aizawa continued, his voice low. But he doesn't talk about it. Doesn't want anyone to know. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to process the information. He had known Bakugou for most of his life, but he had never known about this, about the struggles he had been facing in silence. Why didn't he ever say anything? Izuku asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Aizawa sighed, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Because that's who he is. He doesn't want anyone to see him as weak. And unfortunately, that mindset has only made things harder for him. Izuku felt a pang of guilt settle in his chest. All those years of thinking Bakugou was just cruel, just angry, and now he was realizing that there had been so much more beneath the surface. I didn't know, Izuku said softly. You weren't supposed to, Aizawa replied, his tone gentle but firm. Bakugou's been through a lot. But it's not too late to reach out to him, if that's what you want. Izuku stood there, Aizawa's words echoing in his mind. Reaching out to Bakugou? After everything they had been through? After all the pain and anger? But as Izuku thought about the look in Bakugou's eyes earlier that day, the pain hidden behind the insults, the weight of everything he was carrying, he realized that maybe, just maybe, Bakugou needed someone now more than ever. And maybe, despite their past, Izuku could be that someone. Chapter 8, Breaking the Silence. Summary. Izuku reaches out to Bakugou, but Bakugou resists admitting his struggles. Hitoshi keeps a watchful eye on the situation, but Aizawa and Yamada begin to realize that Bakugou may need more help than he's letting on. Story. Izuku hadn't been able to shake the thought of Bakugou ever since their encounter. The sight of Bakugou with hearing aids, the way his insults had felt hollow, the way his posture had been tense, it all weighed heavily on Izuku's mind. He wanted to reach out, to find a way to talk to him, but he didn't know where to start. Their history was too complicated, too full of hurt and unresolved tension. Still, something inside him told him that Bakugou needed someone, even if he wouldn't admit it. The opportunity to talk to him came sooner than expected. A few days later, Izuku spotted Bakugou walking toward the UA training grounds after class. His pace was quick, his expression unreadable, but there was something about the way his shoulders were hunched that made Izuku's chest tighten. He looked closed off. More than usual, anyway. Taking a deep breath, Izuku made up his mind. He couldn't let this go. Not after what Aizawa had told him. Bakugou. Izuku called, jogging to catch up with him. Bakugou didn't stop, didn't even turn his head. What do you want, Deku? Izuku flinched at the nickname but pushed forward, refusing to back down. I wanted to talk. There's nothing to talk about. Bakugou, wait. Izuku sped up until he was walking alongside him. Look, I know things between us haven't been great, but I want to help. Bakugou stopped abruptly, turning to glare at Izuku with such intensity that it almost made him take a step back. Almost. I don't need your help, Deku, Bakugou spat, his voice low and dangerous. I don't need anyone's help. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, but he stood his ground. That's not true, and you know it. Bakugou's eyes narrowed, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. What do you think you know, huh? You think just because we ran into each other, suddenly we're friends again? Suddenly you get to act like you care? It's not about that. Izuku's voice cracked, the frustration bubbling to the surface. It's not about what happened between us. It's about what's happening now. I know you're going through something, Bakugou. I just want to help. I don't need your pity, Deku. Izuku's breath caught in his throat at the venom in Bakugou's words. He had known this wouldn't be easy. Bakugou was nothing if not stubborn, but hearing the sheer resistance in his voice still stung. It's not pity, Izuku said, his voice softer now. I'm worried about you. That's all. Bakugou scoffed, his glare intensifying. I don't need you to worry about me. I'm fine. Izuku shook his head. No, you're not. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Bakugou's entire body went rigid, his fists trembling with the effort to keep himself in check. Izuku held his breath, waiting, wondering if he had pushed too far. Then, Bakugou's voice came, low and cold. You don't know a damn thing about me, Deku. Izuku bit his lip, resisting the urge to lash back. He could see the cracks in Bakugou's armor now, the vulnerability hidden beneath the anger. But Bakugou wasn't ready to let anyone see it. Not yet. Maybe not, Izuku said quietly. But I want to. Bakugou stared at him for a long moment, his jaw clenched so tightly that Izuku thought he might break something. But then, without another word, Bakugou turned and stormed off, leaving Izuku standing there, his heart heavy with the weight of all the things left unsaid. Hitoshi had been watching from a distance. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but when he saw Izuku chasing after Bakugou, he couldn't help but linger nearby, his curiosity piqued. He had known Bakugou was in Class 1A, but he hadn't paid much attention to him. They weren't friends, and from what Hitoshi had heard about him, Bakugou wasn't exactly the friendly type. But now, as he watched Bakugou storm away from Izuku, Hitoshi felt a strange sense of unease. Izuku had told him about their past, about the bullying and the complicated history they shared, but it had never been clear to Hitoshi why Izuku still cared so much. Why he still wanted to reach out to someone who had hurt him so deeply. Maybe that was just the kind of person Izuku was. Always looking for the good in people, always hoping for the best. Hitoshi didn't step in. It wasn't his place. He didn't know Bakugou, and he wasn't about to involve himself in whatever was going on between him and Izuku. But he kept an eye on Bakugou from a distance, watching the way he carried himself, rigid, tense, like he was always ready for a fight. There was something about the way Bakugou moved, the way he held himself, that reminded Hitoshi of someone on the edge. Someone barely keeping it together. Later that evening, back at the apartment, Izuku was quieter than usual. He sat at the kitchen table, staring down at his notebook, but he wasn't writing anything. His pencil hovered above the page, unmoving, as his thoughts spiraled around the conversation with Bakugou. Hitoshi glanced at him from the living room, his book forgotten in his lap. He didn't say anything. Izuku didn't seem like he was in the mood to talk, but he could feel the tension radiating off his brother. After a few minutes of silence, Hitoshi sighed, setting his book down and walking over to the table. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Izuku, waiting until Izuku finally looked up. "Didn't go well, huh?" Hitoshi asked, his voice quiet but not unkind. Izuku shook his head, letting out a long, frustrated breath. No. He wouldn't listen. Hitoshi leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "He's stubborn. You know that." "I know," Izuku muttered, running a hand through his hair. "But I don't know. I thought maybe I could get through to him." "You might still," Hitoshi said. "But it'll take time. He's not going to open up overnight." Izuku nodded, though the frustration still lingered in his eyes. "Yeah, I know. It's just hard. Seeing him like that, knowing what he's been through. I just wish I could help." Hitoshi didn't respond right away. He understood that feeling all too well, the helplessness that came with watching someone you care about struggle. But Bakugou was a different case. He wasn't someone who would easily accept help, especially not from someone he had a complicated history with. "Give him space," Hitoshi said after a moment. "He'll come around. Or he won't. But either way, you've done what you can." Izuku sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Yeah. I guess you're right." Hitoshi gave him a small nod, and though the conversation didn't completely ease Izuku's worries, it seemed to help, if only a little. That night, Aizawa and Hisashi sat together on the couch, watching as the boys retreated to their rooms for the evening. Hisashi had noticed the tension in Izuku's demeanor right away, the way his usual energy seemed dampened, and he glanced over at Aizawa, concern etched on his face. "You think it's about Bakugou?" Hisashi asked, keeping his voice low. Aizawa nodded, his eyes following Izuku as he disappeared down the hallway. "Most likely." Hisashi sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Poor kid. He's been through so much already. Do you think Bakugou's okay?" Aizawa was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. "No. He's not." Hisashi's heart ached at the weight of Aizawa's words. He had known Bakugou was struggling, had seen the signs of it for a while now, but hearing Aizawa confirm it made it all the more real. "He's shutting down," Aizawa continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "He won't admit it, but he's carrying more than he can handle." Hisashi bit his lip, glancing toward the boys' rooms. "Should we step in? Maybe talk to him?" Aizawa shook his head. "Not yet. He's not ready. but we'll keep an eye on him. If things get worse, we'll intervene. Hizashi nodded, though the worry in his chest didn't ease. He hated seeing kids struggle like this, especially someone like Bakugou, who had so much potential but was clearly drowning in his own pain. We'll keep him safe, Aizawa said quietly, his voice steady and resolute. Hizashi nodded, trusting Aizawa's judgment. They would keep an eye on Bakugou. And when the time came, they'd be there to help him, whether he wanted it or not. Chapter 9, Cracks Begin to Show. Summary. Bakugou's home life worsens as his parents grow more aggressive. Izuku and Hitoshi confront Bakugou, who finally admits to the abuse. The boys offer him the emotional support he's been missing. Story. The days after Izuku's first encounter with Bakugou left a lingering tension in the air. The brief exchanges in the hallways were awkward at best, and hostile at worst. Bakugou had always been prickly, but now, his anger seemed sharper, more defensive. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong, though he wasn't sure what. The hearing aids were a clue, but there was more to it, more beneath the surface that Bakugou was hiding. Izuku had tried to reach out once, only for Bakugou to snap at him in the cafeteria. The memory of Bakugou's voice, tight with anger, still echoed in his head. I don't need your pity, Deku. Mind your own business. The sharpness of Bakugou's tone was familiar, but now there was a desperation behind it, like a wall Bakugou was trying too hard to keep from crumbling. Hitoshi had watched the whole scene unfold from a distance, his eyes narrowed as he observed Bakugou's behavior. Though he didn't know the full history between the two, it was clear to him that Bakugou was more than just angry, there was something else, something darker, weighing on him. Hitoshi wasn't the type to get involved in other people's business. He preferred to stay in his lane, keep his head down, and focus on his own problems. But ever since Izuku had mentioned Bakugou's hearing aids, Hitoshi had been watching. He saw the way Bakugou seemed to isolate himself more and more. He noticed the stiffness in his movements, the way his jaw clenched whenever someone tried to talk to him. Something was wrong. It wasn't until a week later that the cracks truly began to show. Izuku was working late in the support lab, tinkering with a prototype for Hitoshi's new support gear, when his phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the screen, surprised to see a message from Hitoshi. Hitoshi ***, come to the gym. Now, ***. Izuku frowned, quickly gathering his things and heading for the gym. He hadn't spoken to Hitoshi since lunch, and the urgency in the message made his heart race. Something was wrong. He could feel it. When he arrived at the gym, the place was mostly empty except for Hitoshi, who was standing near the entrance with his arms crossed. His usual calm expression was replaced with something more intense, his eyes flicking toward the far corner of the gym. Izuku followed Hitoshi's gaze and froze. Bakugou was there, throwing punches at one of the training dummies with a ferocity that made Izuku's stomach twist. His movements were wild, almost erratic, and each punch landed harder than the last. Sweat poured down Bakugou's face, his breathing harsh and uneven. But it wasn't the physical exertion that made Izuku pause, it was the look in Bakugou's eyes. There was anger there, yes, but beneath that anger, there was something else. Something raw and broken. Izuku stepped forward instinctively. Bakugou. Bakugou didn't stop. His fists continued to pound against the dummy, the impact echoing through the gym like gunshots. He was barely breathing, his movements so desperate that it seemed like he was trying to punch away something only he could see. Bakugou, stop, Izuku called, louder this time. But Bakugou wasn't listening. He wasn't there. He was somewhere else, somewhere darker. Hitoshi stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he watched Bakugou's fists continue to slam against the dummy. He's gonna hurt himself if he keeps going like that. Izuku swallowed hard, nodding. He could see it too. Bakugou's hands were red, his knuckles split and bleeding. But he wasn't stopping. He was pushing himself harder, as if punishing himself for something invisible to the rest of him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped closer. Bakugou, please. You need to stop. This time, Bakugou froze mid-punch, his body trembling as he slowly turned to face them. His eyes, wild and bloodshot, locked onto Izuku. For a moment, it looked like he was going to snap, like he was going to unleash the full force of his fury on Izuku right then and there. But then, something shifted. Bakugou's face twisted, and his fists dropped to his sides. His entire body seemed to deflate, like the fight had suddenly drained out of him. He staggered back a step, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Izuku took a tentative step forward. Bakugou, what's going on? Bakugou didn't answer. He looked away, his jaw clenched so tightly that Izuku could see the muscles twitching. For a moment, it seemed like he might just walk away, like he would bury everything back under the surface and pretend nothing had happened. But Hitoshi wasn't going to let that happen. You need to talk about it, Hitoshi said, his voice calm but firm. Whatever's going on, you can't keep bottling it up like this. Bakugou shot him a glare, but there was no real heat behind it. Shut up, Shinso. You don't know anything. I know what it's like to feel like you're losing control, Hitoshi replied, his gaze steady. I know what it's like to feel like you have to hide everything from everyone. But I also know that it doesn't work. Not forever. Izuku's heart pounded as he watched Bakugou, silently pleading for him to open up, to say something, anything. Bakugou's eyes flicked between Izuku and Hitoshi, the conflict clear on his face. For a moment, it seemed like he might explode, like he would lash out the way he always did. But then, Bakugou's shoulders slumped, and his voice came out as a whisper. You don't get it. You don't know what it's like. Then help us understand, Izuku said softly. Bakugou, we want to help you. I want to help you. Bakugou's breath hitched, and for the first time, Izuku saw real fear in his eyes, fear that Bakugou had tried so hard to keep hidden behind his anger. It's my parents, Bakugou muttered, his voice barely audible. They never stopped. Even after I got into UA, they kept pushing me. Kept telling me I wasn't good enough. He broke off, his hands shaking as he tried to keep his emotions in check. I couldn't take it anymore. Izuku felt his chest tighten. He had always suspected that something was wrong, but hearing Bakugou say it out loud made it all the more real. They hurt you, Hitoshi said quietly, more of a statement than a question. Bakugou didn't answer at first, his jaw clenching as he fought to keep the words in. But eventually, he nodded, his expression twisted with shame. They didn't just hurt me, Bakugou said, his voice barely above a whisper. They broke me. Izuku's heart broke for him. He had always seen Bakugou as this invincible force of nature, but now, standing before him, Bakugou looked fragile, like he was barely holding himself together. Without thinking, Izuku stepped forward, closing the distance between them. He reached out, hesitating for a moment before resting a hand on Bakugou's shoulder. You're not broken, Izuku said softly, his voice filled with a quiet strength. You're not. Bakugou didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at the ground, his shoulders shaking slightly as he tried to keep himself from falling apart. Izuku could feel the weight of everything Bakugou had been carrying for so long, the pain, the anger, the fear, and he wished more than anything that he could take some of that weight away. Hitoshi stepped forward too, his expression softening as he spoke. You don't have to go through this alone, Bakugou. We're here. We've got your back. For a long time, Bakugou didn't move. He just stood there, his fists clenched at his sides, his body trembling. But then, slowly, he looked up at Izuku, his eyes filled with something raw and unguarded. I don't know how to stop it, Bakugou whispered, his voice cracking. I don't know how to make it stop. Izuku's grip on Bakugou's shoulder tightened, his heart aching for him. You don't have to do it alone. We'll figure it out together. For the first time in years, Bakugou didn't push him away. The walk back to the apartment was quiet. Hitoshi had gone ahead, giving Izuku and Bakugou some space. Izuku stayed close to Bakugou, not saying much, but offering silent support as they walked side by side. When they finally reached the apartment, Aizawa and Hitoshi were there, their expressions soft with understanding. They didn't need to ask what had happened. They could see it in Bakugou's face, in the way he carried himself, that something had changed. Aizawa stepped forward, resting a hand on Bakugou's shoulder. You're safe here, Bakugou. We'll help you. But you need to let us in. Bakugou didn't say anything, but for the first time in a long time, he nodded. Chapter 10, An Offer of Help. Summary. Aizawa and Yamada step in and offer to foster Bakugou temporarily. Bakugou, unsure how to accept help, hesitates, but eventually agrees, realizing he has nowhere else to turn. The household dynamics shift with Bakugou's arrival, and Hitoshi and Izuku adjust to having another brother. Story. The apartment was quiet, the weight of what had happened earlier still hanging heavily in the air. Bakugou sat stiffly on the couch, his hands resting on his knees, his eyes fixed on the floor as if he was afraid to look up. The silence felt oppressive, but no one rushed to fill it. Aizawa sat across from him, his usual calm expression in place, though his eyes were sharp with understanding. Hitoshi stood nearby, leaning against the kitchen counter, his arms crossed, but his demeanor open, ready to jump in if needed. Izuku and Hitoshi hovered in the background, unsure of what to do or say, but their presence was steady. It was the first time Bakugou had been in their home. The circumstances weren't ideal, but it was clear to everyone that things had reached a tipping point. Bakugou had finally admitted to the abuse, but now the question of what came next loomed large in the room. Aizawa broke the silence, his voice low but firm. Bakugou, you can't go back there. Bakugou didn't respond. His body was tense, his shoulders hunched like he was waiting for something, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for this strange new reality to shatter. We know things at home have been difficult, Aizawa continued, choosing his words carefully. But you don't have to go through this alone. There are other options. Bakugou's fists tightened on his knees, his jaw clenching as if he was trying to hold back whatever storm was brewing inside of him. I don't need your pity. It's not pity, Hitoshi said, his voice gentle but steady. It's help. And it's what you deserve. Bakugou's eyes flicked up, briefly meeting Hitoshi's before darting away again. His walls were still up, but they were weaker now, crumbling under the weight of everything he had kept bottled up for so long. We've already spoken with the administration at UA, Aizawa said, his voice as calm as ever. If you want, Hitoshi and I can foster you for the time being. You wouldn't have to go back home. The words hung in the air, heavy with implications. Bakugou's breath hitched, and for a moment, his usual bravado faltered. He wasn't used to this, people offering him help without expecting anything in return. For as long as he could remember, he had been taught that accepting help was a sign of weakness, something that would make him vulnerable. But now, sitting here in Aizawa and Hitoshi's apartment, with Izuku and Hitoshi watching him quietly from the sidelines, Bakugou felt like he was at a crossroads. He could push them all away, the way he had done with everyone else, or he could accept that maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to carry everything alone anymore. I don't need, Bakugou started, his voice rough. You do, Aizawa cut in, his tone firm but not unkind. You need support, and that's okay. You've been carrying too much for too long. Bakugou clenched his fists harder, the words fighting to stay in his throat. He wanted to argue, to tell them that he could handle it, that he didn't need anyone. but deep down, he knew that wasn't true. Not anymore. The cracks were showing, and he was exhausted from fighting, from pretending, from trying to hold everything together on his own. Hizashi stepped forward, his voice softer now. Look, I know this isn't easy, and I know you're not used to accepting help. But this isn't about weakness, Bakugou. It's about safety. You deserve to be safe. Bakugou's eyes darted to Hizashi, the words sinking in. Safety. It was a foreign concept to him, something he had never really had, not in the way that Izuku or Hitoshi had. But now, standing at this crossroads, he was starting to wonder what it might be like to have that. To have people who didn't just expect things from him, but who were willing to give him space to breathe. He hesitated, his chest tight with indecision. He wasn't good at this, wasn't good at asking for help, wasn't good at letting people in. But for the first time in years, he realized that he was tired of fighting this battle alone. Bakugou's voice cracked, and he swallowed hard before continuing. I don't know how to do this. Aizawa's expression softened, and he leaned forward slightly, his voice gentle. You don't have to know. That's why we're here. For a long moment, Bakugou didn't speak. The tension in his body seemed to drain away, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion that he couldn't hide anymore. He looked down at his hands, his fingers trembling slightly, and then, with a heavy sigh, he gave the smallest nod. Okay, Bakugou whispered, barely audible. I'll stay. But there were moments when the walls cracked, just a little. Izuku and Hitoshi did their best to give Bakugou space, knowing that pushing him too hard would only make him retreat further. Izuku, ever the optimist, still tried to engage with him in small ways, asking about training or offering to help with homework. Bakugou mostly grunted in response, but he didn't leave the room, which Izuku took as a small victory. Hitoshi, on the other hand, took a quieter approach. He watched from the sidelines, his sharp eyes picking up on the small shifts in Bakugou's behavior. He could see the anger simmering just beneath the surface, but he could also see the fear of opening up, of letting people see the parts of him that he had kept hidden for so long. One evening, a few weeks after Bakugou had moved in, the three of them found themselves sitting in the living room. It was quiet, the only sound coming from the TV, which was playing some documentary that no one was really paying attention to. Aizawa was grading papers at the dining table, and Hizashi had stepped out for a phone call. Izuku was the first to break the silence. Hey, Bakugou, how's training going? I mean, I know we don't have the same classes, but I've heard you've been doing really well. Bakugou didn't respond at first, his eyes fixed on the screen. But after a few seconds, he muttered, it's fine. Izuku smiled, taking the response as a small win. That's good. I'm glad. Hitoshi glanced between them, sensing that there was more to be said. Bakugou's tension was palpable, but there was also something else, something that Hitoshi had seen in himself once. The fear of letting people in, the fear of admitting that maybe, just maybe, you didn't have to be strong all the time. You know, Hitoshi said quietly, his voice calm but thoughtful, we're not trying to replace anything. Or anyone. Bakugou's eyes flicked over to him, guarded. Hitoshi shrugged, leaning back on the couch. We've all got our own stuff to deal with. But, if you ever want to talk, or just not be alone, we're here. Izuku nodded in agreement, his gaze soft but earnest. Yeah, Bakugou. We're here. Bakugou didn't say anything, but the tension in his body seemed to loosen just a little. He still wasn't ready to open up, not fully, but for the first time, he allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as alone as he thought. The days passed, and slowly, the dynamics in the household began to shift. Bakugou was still rough around the edges, still prone to snapping when things got too close for comfort. But there were moments of quiet understanding, moments when he let the others in, even if just for a second. Aizawa and Hitoshi watched it all unfold, their roles shifting from teachers and mentors to something more, something closer to family. They didn't push Bakugou, but they made sure he knew he had a place here. A place where he didn't have to fight every battle on his own. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't easy. But for Bakugou, it was a start. And in that quiet apartment, surrounded by people who were willing to stand by him, Bakugou began to realize that maybe, just maybe, he could find a sense of belonging here. A family, not by blood, but by choice. Chapter 11, Silent Conversations. Summary. Bakugou struggles to adjust to life with Aizawa and Yamada. He begins learning sign language alongside Hitoshi and Yamada, which helps him express emotions that are too difficult to verbalize. Izuku works on support gear to enhance Bakugou's hearing aids for battle. Story. Life in Aizawa and Yamada's home was different from anything Bakugou had ever experienced. It wasn't that he hadn't known structure or rules, far from it. His parents had been strict, but their expectations came with harsh words and cruel reminders of every mistake he made. Here, in this quiet apartment, it wasn't about rules or discipline. It was about care. And that was what made Bakugou feel so off balance. He wasn't used to it. The quiet dinners where no one judged him if he didn't speak. The afternoons spent with Hitoshi in comfortable silence, each of them doing their own thing but sharing the same space. Even Aizawa and Hitoshi's steady presence, never overbearing, but always there, was something Bakugou couldn't quite wrap his head around. There were moments when it felt too good to be real, like any second he'd wake up and realize it had all been a dream. Because in Bakugou's world, people didn't give you things without expecting something in return. They didn't offer help unless they wanted to point out your weaknesses later. But here, there was none of that. And Bakugou didn't know what to do with it. One morning, Bakugou found himself sitting at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of coffee while the apartment was unusually quiet. Aizawa had already left for school, and Hitoshi was on the phone in the other room, his voice low as he discussed something work-related. Bakugou stared down at his hands, still not quite sure how he fit into this new life. He felt out of place here, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite belong. He wasn't used to people who didn't yell at him, who didn't expect him to be perfect all the time. It was disorienting. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Hitoshi entering the kitchen, his usual bright smile in place. He hung up the phone and gave Bakugou a nod. "Hey, little listener," Hitoshi greeted, using his preferred nickname for Bakugou since moving in. "How's it going?" Bakugou shrugged, not really in the mood to talk. Hitoshi didn't seem bothered by the lack of response. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Bakugou, casually tapping his fingers on the table. After a few moments of silence, Hitoshi leaned forward slightly, his expression thoughtful. "You know," Hitoshi began, his voice softer than usual, "I've been thinking, it might be helpful for you to learn some sign language." Bakugou blinked, surprised by the suggestion. "What?" Hitoshi grinned, his hands moving in the familiar fluid motions of sign language as he spoke. "You've got those hearing aids now, but there are still gonna be times when you're not gonna hear everything, especially in battle. And sign language, it's a way to communicate that doesn't rely on sound." Bakugou frowned, his hands instinctively brushing over the small hearing aids, tucked behind his ears. He was still getting used to them. They were helpful, sure, but they didn't fix everything. He still missed things, sounds, voices, and it frustrated him more than he wanted to admit. "I don't need it," Bakugou muttered, though there was less conviction in his voice than usual. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. "Maybe not. But it couldn't hurt, right? You don't always have to do everything alone, you know." Bakugou stared at him, his mind racing. The idea of learning sign language was foreign to him, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. There were moments, especially during training, when he felt the limitations of his hearing aids. And if sign language could give him another way to communicate, another way to keep control, it might be worth it. Hizashi seemed to sense his hesitation, and his smile softened. You don't have to decide right now. But if you're interested, I could teach you. Hitoshi's been picking it up pretty quickly too, so you wouldn't be alone. Bakugou shifted in his seat, uncomfortable with the idea of asking for help, but there was a small part of him that wanted to say yes. He wasn't used to this, to people offering help without making him feel like a burden. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to let some of that go. Okay, Bakugou said finally, his voice low. I'll give it a try. Hizashi's grin widened, and he nodded enthusiastically. Awesome. We'll start small, just a few basic signs to get you started. Later that afternoon, Hizashi gathered both Bakugou and Hitoshi in the living room for their first informal lesson. Hitoshi had already been learning for a while, so he sat next to Bakugou, offering quiet support while Hizashi demonstrated the basics. They started with simple words, hello, yes, no, thank you, and moved on to more useful phrases like I'm okay and I need help. At first, Bakugou was awkward, his hands stiff and unsure, but Hizashi was patient, encouraging him every step of the way. Hitoshi, sitting beside him, signed each word with ease, his fingers moving fluidly through the motions. Bakugou glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, feeling a strange mix of frustration and admiration. Hitoshi had a calmness about him that Bakugou had never understood, but now, sitting together and learning this new language, Bakugou felt like maybe they weren't so different after all. Good, Hizashi said with a smile, watching as Bakugou mimicked the signs. You're picking it up fast. Bakugou grunted, his hands still clumsy, but there was a small flicker of pride in his chest. It was a different kind of strength, one that didn't rely on his quirk or his fists. And in a way, that made it feel even more important. As the lesson continued, Bakugou found himself getting more comfortable with the motions. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't as impossible as he had feared either. And with each new sign he learned, he felt a little more in control. Meanwhile, Izuku had been spending his free time in the support lab, working on a new project that he had been excited about for weeks. Ever since Bakugou had moved in, Izuku had been thinking about ways to improve his hearing aids, ways to make them more durable and suited for battle. Izuku knew that Bakugou wouldn't accept anything that made him feel like he needed help, so his goal was to create something that would enhance Bakugou's abilities without making him feel weak. The hearing aids Bakugou used were good, but they weren't built for the intensity of a hero's life. They needed to be stronger, better. One afternoon, after finishing his design, Izuku decided it was time to show Bakugou what he had been working on. He found Bakugou in the living room, sitting on the couch with Hitoshi. They were both watching something on TV, though it was clear Bakugou wasn't really paying attention. His eyes were distant, his body language tense as if he was still trying to figure out where he fit in. I've got something to show you, Izuku said, stepping into the room with a wide grin. I think you're gonna like it. Bakugou raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly. What? Izuku held up a small case and handed it to Bakugou. It's a prototype for upgraded hearing aids. I've been working on them for a while. They're designed to be more durable in combat, and I've added a feature that amplifies certain frequencies, like enemy footsteps or important sounds in battle, so you won't miss anything. Bakugou stared at the case for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he opened it, revealing the sleek new hearing aids inside. They were small but sturdy, designed with reinforced materials to withstand the kind of impact a hero might face in the field. I figured they'd come in handy during training, Izuku said, a little nervous as he waited for Bakugou's reaction. Bakugou picked up one of the hearing aids, turning it over in his hands. His face remained impassive, but Izuku could see the gears turning in his mind. They're just a prototype, Izuku added quickly. But if you want, we can test them out and make adjustments. For a long moment, Bakugou didn't say anything. His fingers traced the edges of the device, and then, in a voice quieter than usual, he muttered, "Thanks, Deku." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Bakugou had never thanked him before, at least, not sincerely. But there was no sarcasm in his voice this time. It was a genuine thank you, and that made Izuku's chest swell with pride. "Of course," Izuku said with a smile. "Anything to help." Bakugou didn't respond, but the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease just a little. He slipped the new hearing aids into his ears, and for the first time in a long time, he felt like maybe he wasn't as alone as he had always believed. Life in the apartment continued to shift as the days went on. Bakugou still had his rough edges, he still snapped, still withdrew when things got too close, but there were moments now when he let his guard down, when the walls came down just a little. And in those moments, surrounded by people who cared for him in ways he had never known before, Bakugou began to realize that maybe, just maybe, he could be part of this family after all. Chapter 12, Unspoken Bonds. Summary. Hitoshi and Bakugou initially clash, but their shared experience of being labeled as villains due to their quirks forms an unexpected bond. With Yamada's guidance, they begin communicating more, both verbally and through signing. Story. Hitoshi wasn't exactly sure when the tension between him and Bakugou had begun. Maybe it was there from the start, the unspoken friction between two people who, on the surface, couldn't be more different. Bakugou was all fire and fury, his emotions explosive and raw, while Hitoshi preferred the quiet, calculated approach. But there was something about Bakugou's aggression that rubbed Hitoshi the wrong way. It wasn't that Hitoshi disliked him, he understood that Bakugou had his own demons, his own struggles. But there was only so much of Bakugou's anger that Hitoshi could tolerate before it became exhausting. Every interaction between them seemed to escalate quickly, usually ending in Bakugou snapping something harsh and Hitoshi biting his tongue to avoid an all-out argument. The problem was that Bakugou didn't know how to hold back. He had a way of pushing people to their limits, and for Hitoshi, who was used to observing from the sidelines, it was frustrating. Bakugou's constant need to assert his strength, to be the loudest, the best, it was too much. But at the same time, Hitoshi couldn't deny that there was something familiar about Bakugou's struggle. That fire in Bakugou's eyes, the defiance, the refusal to back down, it reminded Hitoshi of himself. They were both fighting battles, but in different ways. And maybe, deep down, that was why their personalities clashed so much. The first real clash happened during one of their training sessions. Aizawa had arranged for them to spar, knowing full well that the exercise was more about controlling their emotions than testing their physical abilities. Bakugou had immediately taken the lead, throwing himself into the fight with his usual intensity, his quirk flaring with every punch and explosion. Hitoshi, for his part, remained calm, using his brainwashing quirk sparingly, careful not to push Bakugou too far. But Bakugou didn't appreciate Hitoshi's measured approach. "Stop holding back." Bakugou snapped, his eyes blazing with frustration as he blocked another one of Hitoshi's half-hearted attacks. "If you're gonna fight me, then fight me." Hitoshi frowned, stepping back to assess the situation. "I'm not interested in getting into a pissing contest, Bakugou." "Then what the hell are you doing here?" Bakugou snarled, his hands crackling with energy. "You think you're better than me? That you don't have to try?" Hitoshi narrowed his eyes, feeling the familiar tension rise in his chest. "It's not about that." "Then stop acting like it." Bakugou's voice was sharp, cutting through the air, like a blade. "You walk around like you're so calm, like you've got it all figured out, but you're just hiding. You're scared, and you won't admit it." Hitoshi's jaw tightened. He wasn't scared, he was just tired. Tired of Bakugou's constant need to prove himself. Tired of the way Bakugou seemed to lash out at everyone around him, including the people who were trying to help. "I'm not scared," Hitoshi said, his voice low and controlled. "I just don't see the point in fighting you." That's because you don't understand what it means to be strong, Bakugou shot back. You think you can just stand there and wait for people to come to you? You're gonna get crushed if you keep hiding behind that attitude. Hitoshi clenched his fists, fighting the urge to snap back. He could feel his quirk humming beneath the surface, but he kept it in check. He wasn't going to use it, not like this. He wasn't going to give Bakugou the satisfaction of thinking he had gotten under his skin. Maybe I don't need to prove anything, Hitoshi said quietly, his eyes locking onto Bakugou's. Maybe I've already figured out who I am. Bakugou's expression faltered for a split second, the fire in his eyes dimming just a little. But it was enough for Hitoshi to see it, the doubt, the insecurity that Bakugou was trying so hard to bury beneath his anger. For a moment, neither of them moved. The air between them was thick with unspoken tension, the weight of everything they weren't saying hanging in the balance. But then, just as quickly as it had flared, the tension broke. Bakugou turned on his heel, storming out of the training area, without another word. Hitoshi watched him go, his heart still pounding in his chest. He knew that Bakugou's anger wasn't really directed at him. It was directed inward, at the parts of himself that Bakugou was too afraid to face. And maybe, in that way, they weren't so different after all. Over the next few days, things between Hitoshi and Bakugou remained tense, though there was a subtle shift in their interactions. Bakugou wasn't as explosive around Hitoshi anymore, his insults were still sharp, but they lacked the same venom. And Hitoshi found himself watching Bakugou more closely, noticing the small moments when the anger seemed to slip away, leaving behind someone who was just as lost and uncertain as he had been once. It was during one of those quiet evenings, when the apartment was calm and Aizawa and Hitoshi were out on patrol, that the two of them found themselves alone in the living room. Hitoshi was sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone, while Bakugou was hunched over at the dining table, staring blankly at the homework in front of him. The silence stretched between them, heavy, but not uncomfortable. For a while, neither of them said anything, each of them lost in their own thoughts. But then, out of nowhere, Bakugou broke the silence. They think I'm a villain, Bakugou muttered, his voice low and rough. Everyone thinks that, because of my quirk. Hitoshi glanced over at him, surprised by the sudden confession. Bakugou's eyes were still fixed on the table, his hands clenched into fists, but there was a vulnerability in his posture that Hitoshi hadn't seen before. I know how that feels, Hitoshi said quietly, leaning back on the couch. People look at me and see a brainwasher. They think I'm dangerous. They think I can't control myself. Bakugou didn't respond right away, but Hitoshi could see the tension in his shoulders ease slightly. It was strange, having this kind of conversation with Bakugou. They were so used to butting heads, to pushing each other's buttons, that it felt almost surreal to be talking like this, like two people who actually understood each other. We're not villains, Hitoshi continued, his voice steady. We just got stuck with quirks that people don't understand. Bakugou's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. There was a part of him that had always feared being seen as the bad guy, the villain in someone else's story. His quirk was explosive, aggressive, and people had always assumed the worst about him because of it. But hearing Hitoshi say it out loud, hearing someone else admit that they had faced the same kind of judgment, it was like a weight lifted off his chest. I hate it, Bakugou muttered, his voice barely audible. I hate that they think that about me. Hitoshi nodded, his eyes softening. Me too. The silence between them was different now, not tense, not strained, but something more like understanding. They were both carrying the same weight, the same fear of being misunderstood, of being labeled something they weren't. And in that moment, they weren't just two boys clashing, they were two people trying to find their way in a world that had already made assumptions about them. The next morning, Hitoshi sat down with both Bakugou and Hitoshi, his usual bright energy tempered by something more thoughtful. I've noticed you two have been spending more time together, Hitoshi said, his hands moving in sync with his words as he signed. And I think that's great. But I also think it might help if you two communicated more. Bakugou frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. What's that supposed to mean? Hitoshi grinned, unfazed by Bakugou's tone. You've both got a lot going on, stuff that's hard to talk about. But that's the thing. It's okay to talk about it. Or sign about it, if that's easier. Bakugou glanced at Hitoshi, unsure of how to respond. Hitoshi shrugged, offering a small smile. He's right, you know. We don't have to keep everything bottled up. Bakugou's expression softened just a little, and for the first time, he didn't argue. Hitoshi gave them both a nod, his hand signing as he spoke. You don't have to say everything all at once. But you've got each other. And that's important. Bakugou didn't respond right away, but he nodded. Slowly, hesitantly, he glanced at Hitoshi and signed a single word, *thanks*. It was simple, but it was enough. Hitoshi smiled and signed back, *you're welcome*. As the days went on, the tension between Bakugou and Hitoshi began to fade. They still clashed from time to time. Bakugou's aggression was hard to handle, and Hitoshi's calmness could be infuriating. But they found common ground in their shared experiences, in the way the world had tried to label them as something they weren't. And in that quiet understanding, they began to form a bond, one built not on words, but on the unspoken trust between two boys who were learning that maybe, just maybe, they weren't as alone as they had once thought. Chapter 13, Family Dynamics. Summary. Aizawa, Yamada, and the boys settle into a new routine, but Bakugou finds it hard to trust fully. A family dinner scene highlights the deepening bond between them all, as they communicate in a mix of speech and sign language. Story. Life in the Aizawa Yamada household had settled into a rhythm, though it wasn't without its challenges. Each day, the family seemed to find their own ways of fitting together, like pieces of a puzzle that didn't always match but were slowly adjusting to form a picture. Bakugou had been living with them for a few weeks now, and although he still kept his guard up most of the time, the atmosphere was different. It was subtle, small moments where the tension between him and the others seemed to ease, moments where he let down his walls, even if just for a second. The apartment, once filled with a quiet sense of stability, had taken on a new dynamic. It wasn't just Hitoshi and Izuku anymore. It was Bakugou too. And that changed things. The mornings usually started the same way. Aizawa was always the first one up, quietly sipping his coffee at the kitchen table as he read through reports or class notes. Hitoshi would come next, his energetic morning greetings filling the apartment as he shuffled around, trying to wake everyone else up with his usual enthusiasm. Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku followed suit, each boy emerging from their rooms at different times, bleary-eyed but ready for the day. Bakugou was always the quietest in the mornings, though his presence was unmistakable. He still had that sharpness about him, a tension in his movements as if he was always ready for something to go wrong. But little by little, Bakugou was learning that here, within the walls of this apartment, he didn't have to be on guard all the time. One morning, as Bakugou sat at the table across from Aizawa, sipping his own cup of black coffee, he noticed something different. It wasn't just the silence between them, which had always been comfortable, but the sense of calm that had settled over the room. There were no expectations here. No one was pushing him to be anything other than himself. Aizawa, with his calm presence, seemed to understand that more than anyone. "You've been doing well in class," Aizawa said, breaking the silence. Bakugou glanced up, surprised by the comment. He hadn't expected praise. He rarely did. Aizawa's expression remained neutral, but there was a faint hint of approval in his eyes. "You're working hard." Bakugou shrugged, unsure how to respond. He was used to being told that hard work wasn't enough, that he had to be better, stronger, faster. But here, Aizawa didn't ask for any of that. He just acknowledged Bakugou's effort, and somehow, that meant more than any compliment ever had. Yeah, Bakugou muttered, looking down at his coffee. I guess. Aizawa didn't push for more, just gave a small nod before returning to his notes. The quiet between them resumed, but it felt easier now. Bakugou wasn't used to this kind of dynamic, this unspoken understanding that he didn't have to prove anything. It was unsettling, but also, in a way, comforting. The days at UA were intense, as expected, but there was a sense of normalcy that was starting to seep into Bakugou's life. Hitoshi and Izuku, despite their differences, had become a steady presence in his world. They were there, day after day, offering support in their own ways, Hitoshi with his quiet, observant demeanor, and Izuku with his endless optimism. At first, Bakugou found it hard to trust. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate what they were trying to do, but trust was something he had never been good at. It had been beaten out of him, literally and figuratively, over the years. Letting people in, relying on them, that wasn't how he had been raised. He had been taught that trust was dangerous, that it could be used against him. But here, in this strange new family, trust was given freely. It wasn't forced, but it was there, waiting for him if he chose to accept it. And bit by bit, Bakugou found himself leaning into it. Izuku, especially, had a way of worming past Bakugou's defenses. His endless chatter, his boundless energy, it was hard to stay mad at him for long. He was always there, offering a smile, a kind word, or even just a silent presence when Bakugou needed it most. And Hitoshi, well, Hitoshi was harder to figure out. But Bakugou respected him. There was something about Hitoshi's quiet strength that made Bakugou feel like he didn't have to be on all the time. Like he could just be. One evening, the five of them sat down for dinner, a rare occurrence given Aizawa and Hizashi's busy schedules, but one that they tried to make time for whenever possible. The table was filled with simple dishes, rice, grilled fish, and vegetables, nothing fancy, but enough to satisfy. Bakugou sat next to Hitoshi, across from Izuku, while Aizawa and Hizashi took their usual places at the head of the table. The conversation started off light, with Hizashi recounting a funny story from his day at the radio station, his hands signing as he spoke, making sure everyone could follow along. Bakugou still wasn't entirely comfortable with the signing, but he had been practicing. Hizashi and Hitoshi had been helping him pick up more words, more phrases, and he was starting to get the hang of it. It was strange, communicating without words, but there was something about it that Bakugou liked. It felt like a different kind of strength, one that didn't rely on loudness or power, but on connection. Izuku was chatting away about some new support gear project he was working on, his hands flying as he signed certain parts of the conversation for Hizashi's benefit. Bakugou caught a few of the signs, *power*, strong, design, but mostly, he just watched, marveling at how seamlessly the family communicated. The mix of speech and sign language flowed effortlessly, as if they had been doing this for years. Aizawa would speak in his usual quiet tone, while Hizashi would sign back, adding commentary with exaggerated gestures that made both Izuku and Hitoshi laugh. Even Bakugou, who usually stayed quiet during meals, found himself smirking at Hizashi's antics. At one point, Hitoshi caught Bakugou's eye and signed a simple phrase, "You okay?" Bakugou blinked, surprised by the question, but nodded. He wasn't used to people checking in with him like that, especially not in such a subtle, quiet way. It was different from the usual barrage of questions he got from Izuku, but in a way, it felt more sincere. Hitoshi didn't push. He just asked, and then let it be. In response, Bakugou hesitated before signing back, *fine*. It was a small gesture, but it meant something. Bakugou was trying, and for the first time, he didn't feel like he was failing. After dinner, the five of them sat together in the living room, the soft hum of the television filling the space as they relaxed. Aizawa was grading papers at the dining table, while Hizashi flipped through a magazine, occasionally signing something to Izuku, who was sprawled on the floor, sketching out a new design. Bakugou sat next to Hitoshi on the couch, feeling the familiar tension in his body start to ease. It wasn't perfect. He still felt out of place sometimes, like he didn't fully belong here. But moments like this, moments where they communicated without words, where they understood each other without having to explain, it made him feel like maybe, just maybe, he could fit into this family after all. And as the evening wore on, Bakugou found himself leaning into that feeling more and more. He wasn't there yet, trust didn't come easily to him, but he was getting closer. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 14, Shadows of the Past. Summary. Hitoshi faces a difficult moment at school when someone brings up his past abuse, triggering old traumas. Aizawa steps in to protect him, and Hitoshi confides in Bakugou, who understands better than anyone what it's like to be haunted by the past. Story. Hitoshi had always known that his past would come back to haunt him. No matter how much time passed or how much progress he made, there were still shadows lurking in the back of his mind, memories he'd buried deep but never truly forgotten. And now, one careless comment from a classmate had brought it all rushing back. It happened during a routine training exercise at UA. Hitoshi had been paired with a few other students from different courses, and they were running through a standard combat simulation when someone made an offhand remark about villain quirks. Hitoshi had learned to brush off those kinds of comments. People who didn't understand brainwashing often jumped to the worst conclusions. But then the conversation took a darker turn. "I heard he was in a foster home for a while," one of the students muttered, just loud enough for Hitoshi to overhear. "They say his quirk got him into trouble. Some kind of abuse scandal." Hitoshi froze, his entire body tensing as the words hit him like a punch to the gut. He hadn't talked about his past with anyone at UA. Not even Izuku or Bakugou knew the full story. And now, hearing it thrown around like gossip in the middle of a training session made his stomach churn. He barely heard the rest of the conversation as his mind spiraled, old memories clawing their way to the surface. The cold stares, the whispers, the way people looked at him like he was dangerous, like he was broken. He hadn't thought about it in so long, but now the weight of it was crushing him all over again. By the time the simulation ended, Hitoshi was barely holding himself together. He excused himself quickly, mumbling something about needing air, and made a beeline for the nearest exit. His heart pounded in his chest, his breathing shallow and uneven as he tried to push down the panic rising inside him. * Don't let them see. Don't let them know how much it hurts. *. He found a quiet corner outside the school building, away from the prying eyes of his classmates, and leaned against the wall, trying to calm his racing thoughts. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the memories, couldn't stop the way they crowded his mind, making it hard to breathe. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear the footsteps approaching until Aizawa's familiar voice broke through the fog. "Hitoshi." Hitoshi's head snapped up, his eyes wide as he stared at Aizawa, who stood just a few feet away, his expression unreadable but his eyes filled with concern. "I heard what happened," Aizawa said, his voice calm but steady. "Are you okay?" Hitoshi swallowed hard, forcing himself to nod even though the answer was a lie. He wasn't okay. Not even close. Aizawa stepped closer, his presence grounding. "You don't have to pretend, Hitoshi. I know this isn't easy." Hitoshi let out a shaky breath, his hands trembling at his sides. "It's just. I thought I was past it. I thought I'd moved on." Aizawa's expression softened, and he reached out, placing a gentle hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. "You don't just move on from things like that. It stays with you. But that doesn't mean you haven't made progress." Hitoshi clenched his fists, trying to keep his emotions in check. "I hate it. I hate that people still see me like that. Like I'm some kind of victim." "You're not," Aizawa said firmly, his voice filled with quiet strength. "You've come a long way, Hitoshi. You're stronger than they'll ever know. But it's okay to feel this way. It's okay to let yourself feel the weight of it. Hitoshi stared at the ground, his throat tight with emotion. He hated feeling vulnerable, hated the idea that people saw him as anything other than strong. But standing here with Aizawa, someone who had always been there for him, who had always believed in him, it didn't feel so bad to let some of that weight show. After a long silence, Hitoshi finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. What if it never goes away? What if I'm always haunted by it? Aizawa's grip on his shoulder tightened slightly, a silent show of support. It might not ever fully go away. But you're not alone in this, Hitoshi. You have people who care about you, people who will help you carry that weight when it gets too heavy. Hitoshi closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he let Aizawa's words sink in. He wasn't alone. He wasn't that scared kid in the foster home anymore. He had a family now, a family that wouldn't let him face this on his own. Later that evening, Hitoshi sat quietly in the living room, his thoughts still heavy with the events of the day. He hadn't told anyone else what had happened, he wasn't sure if he wanted to. But as he sat there, staring at the TV without really watching, he felt a presence beside him. Bakugou. The blonde boy didn't say anything at first. He just dropped onto the couch next to Hitoshi, his usual scowl in place, but his body language less aggressive than usual. They sat in silence for a while, the soft hum of the TV filling the room. I heard about what happened, Bakugou muttered after a long pause, his voice low but not unkind. Hitoshi didn't look at him, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Yeah. Guess you're not the only one with a messed up past, huh? Bakugou snorted, but there was no real humor in it. Seems like we've all got some kind of baggage. Another silence stretched between them, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Hitoshi could feel Bakugou's presence beside him, steady and solid, and somehow, that made the weight on his chest feel a little lighter. They don't get it, Bakugou said quietly, his eyes focused on the floor. People who haven't been through shit like that, they'll never understand. Hitoshi glanced at Bakugou, surprised by the softness in his voice. He had never heard Bakugou talk about his past like this, not directly, at least. But there was something in his tone, something raw and unguarded, that told Hitoshi that Bakugou understood better than anyone what it was like to be haunted by things you couldn't control. Yeah, Hitoshi agreed, his voice just as soft. They don't. For a moment, neither of them spoke, but there was an unspoken understanding between them now, a bond that hadn't been there before. Hitoshi had always seen Bakugou as aggressive, angry, and difficult to deal with. But now, sitting together in the quiet, he realized that they weren't so different after all. They had both been hurt by people they were supposed to trust. They had both been shaped by their pasts in ways they couldn't fully escape. Anyway, Bakugou said, his voice gruff as he stood up, if anyone gives you shit about it again, just let me know. I'll take care of it. Hitoshi blinked, caught off guard by the offer. But when he looked up at Bakugou, he saw the smallest hint of a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, a sign that maybe, just maybe, Bakugou wasn't as closed off as he pretended to be. Thanks, Hitoshi said, his lips quirking into a small smile. I'll keep that in mind. Bakugou grunted in response, turning away as if the conversation hadn't happened at all. But as he walked toward the kitchen, Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a little lighter. Bakugou might not be the type to offer words of comfort, but in his own way, he had shown that he understood. And for Hitoshi, that was enough. That night, as Hitoshi lay in bed, he found himself thinking back to what Aizawa had said, that he didn't have to carry the weight of his past alone. And maybe, for the first time, Hitoshi was starting to believe it. He wasn't alone. Not anymore. Chapter 15, Healing Together. Summary. Bakugou's parents attempt to take him back, but Aizawa and Yamada protect him from returning to an abusive environment. Bakugou, initially resistant, begins to accept that he belongs with his new family. Story. Bakugou had always expected that it would come to this. Despite the sense of calm that had slowly settled over his life since moving in with Aizawa, Hitoshi, and Izuku, there was a part of him that knew it wouldn't last forever. His biological family hadn't let him go so easily, and it was only a matter of time before they came back for him. The confrontation happened on a chilly evening, just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the UA campus. Bakugou had been heading home from another grueling day of hero training, his body aching but his mind clear for the first time in a long time. He was slowly getting used to this new life, to the idea that he could live without the constant pressure of being perfect, of having to prove himself every second of every day. But that peace was shattered the moment he saw them. His parents stood at the entrance to the UA campus, waiting for him. His mother's eyes were sharp, her lips pressed into a thin line, and his father stood beside her, silent as always, his gaze cold and indifferent. Bakugou felt a familiar weight settle in his chest, the suffocating pressure that always accompanied any interaction with them. "Katsuki," his mother said, her voice clipped and authoritative. "We're here to take you home." Home. The word sounded wrong coming from her, like a blade cutting through the air. Home wasn't a place filled with harsh words, constant criticism, and fear. Not anymore. But even as Bakugou clenched his fists, his mind racing with memories of all the times they had pushed him to the brink, part of him still hesitated. "Why?" Bakugou's voice was low, but steady. "Why now?" His mother's eyes narrowed. "Because it's where you belong. You've had enough time playing hero at UA. It's time to come back where you're supposed to be." "I'm not going anywhere," Bakugou said, his voice sharper this time. "You don't have a choice," she snapped. "We're your family, Katsuki. You think those people care about you? You think they'll keep you around forever? They're just using you, like everyone else." Bakugou's chest tightened. He knew better. He knew that Aizawa, Hitoshi, and even Izuku weren't just using him. They cared about him, even when he pushed them away, even when he didn't know how to let them in. But his mother's words, as always, found the cracks in his armor and dug in deep. He didn't know what to say. The defiance that usually burned so brightly inside him felt dim, flickering in the face of the people who had controlled his life for so long. "I said I'm not going anywhere," Bakugou repeated, but his voice wavered, just enough for his mother to catch it. "You don't get to make that decision," she said coldly, stepping forward. "You're coming home with us, Katsuki." Bakugou's fists tightened, his mind racing. He couldn't go back. He wouldn't go back. Not after everything he had fought for, not after finally finding a place where he didn't have to be perfect all the time, where he wasn't constantly torn down for every little mistake. But before he could speak, another voice cut through the tension. "He's not going anywhere." Bakugou's head whipped around to see Aizawa standing at the edge of the courtyard, his usual calm expression in place, but his eyes sharp and unwavering. Hitoshi was right beside him, his arms crossed, a rare look of seriousness on his face. Aizawa stepped forward, positioning himself between Bakugou and his parents, his voice steady but firm. "Bakugou doesn't have to go with you. He's staying here." Bakugou's mother sneered, her eyes flashing with anger. "You have no right to keep him from us. He's our son." "I'm his guardian now," Aizawa said, his voice quiet but commanding. "And that means I'm responsible for his well-being. If he doesn't want to go with you, he doesn't have to." Bakugou's mother glared at Aizawa, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "This isn't your decision to make." "It is now," Hitoshi added, stepping up beside Aizawa. "Katsuki isn't a kid anymore. He gets to decide where he belongs. And it's pretty clear that he doesn't belong with people who don't respect him." The tension in the air was palpable, and Bakugou felt like he could barely breathe. His mother stood there, her expression a mixture of fury and disbelief, while his father remained silent, as always, offering no support, no comfort. It was a pattern Bakugou had grown used to over the years, his mother's harshness, his father's indifference. But now, standing between Aizawa and Hisashi, Bakugou realized that he didn't have to put up with it anymore. He had a choice. "I'm not going with you," Bakugou said, his voice stronger this time. "I'm staying here." His mother's eyes narrowed, but before she could respond, Aizawa cut in again. "I suggest you leave now. Bakugou's made his decision, and if you try to force him, I'll make sure the proper authorities are involved." The threat lingered in the air, and for a moment, Bakugou's mother looked like she might explode. But then, with a sharp inhale, she turned on her heel and stormed off, her husband following silently behind her. Bakugou watched them go, his heart pounding in his chest, but instead of the familiar dread he had always felt in their presence, there was something else, something lighter. Relief. He wasn't going back. He didn't have to. Aizawa turned to Bakugou, his expression softening. "You okay?" Bakugou exhaled slowly, nodding. "Yeah. I'm fine." "You don't have to deal with them alone anymore," Hisashi said, his voice gentle, but filled with certainty. "We've got your back, no matter what." Bakugou nodded again, feeling the weight on his chest finally begin to lift. It wasn't just about escaping his parents. It was about accepting that he had a place here, that he belonged here, with them. Later that night, after the confrontation with his parents, Bakugou found himself sitting on the couch in the living room, staring blankly at the wall. The house was quiet, but he could hear Hitoshi and Izuku talking in the kitchen, their voices a low hum in the background. Bakugou wasn't used to this kind of peace, wasn't used to the idea that he could just exist without having to constantly prove himself. But now, with his biological family finally out of the picture, he felt something new. He felt safe. Aizawa and Hisashi sat across from him, watching him carefully but not pushing him to speak. They knew when to give him space, when to let him process things on his own. After a few minutes of silence, Bakugou finally spoke, his voice quiet. "Thanks for stepping in." Aizawa gave a small nod. "You don't have to thank us. That's what family's for." Bakugou's chest tightened at the word, *family, star. It still felt foreign on his tongue, still felt like something he wasn't sure he deserved. But looking at Aizawa and Hisashi, at Hitoshi and Izuku, he realized that maybe, just maybe, he could start believing it. "I guess," Bakugou started, hesitating before finally letting the word slip out, "I guess this is home now." Hisashi grinned, his usual brightness returning as he leaned forward. "You bet it is. And you're stuck with us now, so get used to it." Bakugou smirked, feeling a warmth in his chest that he hadn't felt in a long time. It was strange, letting people in like this, letting himself trust. But it wasn't so bad. It wasn't bad at all. Over the next few days, the dynamic in the apartment shifted, but in a good way. Bakugou began to open up more, slowly accepting that this strange, mismatched family was his now. Hitoshi and Izuku continued to offer support in their own ways, Izuku with his boundless energy, and Hitoshi with his quiet understanding. And Aizawa and Hisashi were always there, steady and unwavering, giving Bakugou the space to heal at his own pace. It wasn't perfect, and there were still moments when Bakugou felt the old anger bubbling up, the old fears creeping back in. But now, for the first time in his life, he didn't feel like he had to face them alone. He had a family. And that was more than he had ever thought he deserved. Chapter 16, Facing the Future. Summary. As Yue's year progresses, Hitoshi and Bakugou face new challenges in their hero training, while Izuku excels in the support course, creating inventions to help his brothers in battle. Aizawa plays a more active role in guiding all three boys. Story. The days at UA passed in a blur of training, studying, and late nights spent in the apartment, where the family dynamic between Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku grew stronger with each passing week. The end of the school year was fast approaching, and with it came a new set of challenges, ones that would push all three boys in ways they hadn't anticipated. For Hitoshi, the challenges were rooted in his desire to prove himself. Even though he had been accepted into UA's hero course and had shown immense growth, there was still a lingering sense of doubt, especially when it came to his quirk. Brainwashing wasn't flashy or powerful in the traditional sense, and while Hitoshi knew how to wield it with precision, there were times when he felt the weight of expectations pressing down on him, expectations to prove that he belonged among the other students who had far more destructive abilities. During combat training, he often found himself paired with students who had quirks that seemed built for battle, quirks that could level buildings or create devastating explosions. Hitoshi's quirk, on the other hand, required strategy, patience, and the ability to predict his opponent's moves. It wasn't as straightforward, and that left him feeling like he was constantly playing catch-up. One afternoon, after an intense sparring session, Hitoshi found himself sitting on the sidelines of the training ground, catching his breath. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his muscles ached from the strain of trying to keep up with his classmates. Across the field, he could see Bakugou, surrounded by a group of students who were all talking excitedly about their training. Bakugou thrived in these settings. His explosions were powerful, his combat instincts sharp, and there was no question that he had earned the respect of his peers. But even as Hitoshi watched Bakugou bask in the attention, he knew that it hadn't come easy. Bakugou had struggled too, just in different ways. "You're pushing yourself too hard," Aizawa's voice broke through Hitoshi's thoughts. Hitoshi looked up to see his adoptive father standing beside him, his usual calm expression in place. Aizawa had been keeping a close eye on him during training, as he often did, offering quiet guidance when necessary, but mostly letting Hitoshi find his own way. "I have to," Hitoshi muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Everyone else, they're ahead of me. If I don't keep pushing, I'll never catch up." Aizawa sat down next to him, crossing his arms as he looked out over the training ground. "You're not supposed to catch up, Hitoshi. You're supposed to forge your own path. Comparing yourself to everyone else isn't going to get you anywhere." Hitoshi frowned, his gaze drifting back to Bakugou, who was now testing out some new combat gear that Izuku had designed for him. The gear was sleek, designed to withstand the force of Bakugou's explosions while giving him more maneuverability in battle. "I know," Hitoshi said quietly, his voice filled with frustration. "But it's hard not to." Aizawa sighed softly, his eyes narrowing as he considered his next words carefully. "You have a quirk that requires finesse, strategy, and mental strength. That's not a weakness. It's a strength. But if you spend all your time trying to measure up to people with more straightforward quirks, you're going to lose sight of what makes you unique." Hitoshi didn't respond right away, letting Aizawa's words sink in. He knew his adoptive father was right, he had always known it deep down, but it was still difficult to shake the feeling that he needed to prove himself in a world where power was often measured by how much destruction one could cause. "I just want to be strong," Hitoshi said quietly. Aizawa turned to him, his eyes softening. "You are strong. You've already proven that. But being a hero isn't just about how powerful your quirk is. It's about how you use it." Meanwhile, Izuku had been spending every spare moment in the support lab, working tirelessly on new inventions that would help his brothers during their training. While Hitoshi and Bakugou focused on improving their combat skills, Izuku poured his energy into designing support gear that would enhance their abilities and protect them in battle. One of his latest creations was a set of custom gauntlets for Bakugou, designed to absorb the heat generated by his explosions and channel that energy into more controlled blasts. The gauntlets were reinforced with a special material that could withstand the intensity of Bakugou's quirk without overheating, giving him more precision during combat. Izuku had also been working on something for Hitoshi, an earpiece that would allow him to communicate with his teammates during battle without relying on verbal commands. It was a subtle piece of gear, but one that Izuku hoped would give Hitoshi an edge when it came to coordinating with others during team exercises. On the afternoon that Hitoshi and Aizawa had their conversation, Izuku was in the lab, making final adjustments to Bakugou's gauntlets. His hands moved quickly, his mind focused entirely on the task in front of him. Creating support gear for his brothers was more than just a hobby, it was his way of contributing to their success. He knew he wasn't a hero in the traditional sense, but he was determined to help them in any way he could. Bakugou's going to love these, Izuku muttered to himself, a small smile tugging at his lips as he tightened a few screws on the gauntlets. Just as he finished the final touches, the door to the lab creaked open, and Hitoshi stepped inside, looking tired but curious. "Hey," Hitoshi greeted, leaning against the doorframe. "What are you working on?" Izuku's smile widened as he held up the newly completed gauntlets. "Just finished Bakugou's new gear. He's been asking for something that gives him more control over his blasts, so I designed these to absorb some of the excess heat and energy. Pretty cool, right?" Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. "Yeah, pretty cool. You always come up with the best stuff." Izuku's cheeks flushed with pride at the compliment, but he quickly brushed it off. "I've been working on something for you too, actually." Hitoshi's eyes widened slightly. "For me?" Izuku nodded, walking over to his workbench and picking up the small earpiece he had been working on. "It's a communication device. I figured it could help you during team training, let you give commands without having to speak, so your opponents don't catch on. It's connected to a secure frequency that only you and your teammates will have access to." Hitoshi took the earpiece, turning it over in his hands. It was sleek, barely noticeable, and exactly the kind of thing that would give him an advantage in battle. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Thanks, Izuku," Hitoshi said, his voice quiet but sincere. "This is really thoughtful." Izuku beamed, his green eyes shining with excitement. "Of course. Anything to help." Hitoshi placed the earpiece in his pocket, feeling a sense of gratitude that he couldn't quite put into words. Izuku had always been supportive, always looking for ways to make things easier for him and Bakugou. And while Hitoshi wasn't always great at expressing his feelings, he knew how much Izuku's efforts meant to him. As the year progressed, Aizawa took a more active role in guiding all three boys along their individual paths. It wasn't always easy, each of them had their own challenges, their own struggles, but Aizawa knew that the key to helping them grow was to understand their unique strengths and weaknesses. For Hitoshi, it was about learning to trust in his abilities and not let his insecurities hold him back. Aizawa spent extra time with him after training, helping him refine his techniques and pushing him to think strategically about how to use his quirk in ways that would surprise his opponents. For Bakugou, it was about teaching him control, something that Aizawa knew Bakugou struggled with more than anything else. Bakugou's explosions were powerful, but they were also dangerous if not handled properly. Aizawa worked with him on precision, helping him understand that raw power wasn't always the answer, and that sometimes, restraint could be just as effective. And for Izuku, Aizawa's role was more subtle. He didn't need to guide Izuku through combat training, he knew that wasn't where Izuku's passion lay. But he encouraged Izuku's creativity, offering advice on how to improve his designs and reminding him that his contributions to the hero world were just as valuable as those made on the battlefield. The dynamic between the three boys and Aizawa shifted as the months passed. It wasn't just about training anymore, it was about building something stronger, something that would carry them forward as they faced the challenges ahead. One evening, after a particularly grueling week of training and exams, the five of them gathered in the living room, exhausted but content. Aizawa and Hisashi sat at the dining table, quietly discussing work, while Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku sprawled out on the couch, basking in the rare moment of peace. "I can't believe the year's almost over," Izuku said, his voice filled with disbelief. "It feels like it just started." "Yeah," Hitoshi muttered, leaning back against the couch. But it's been a hell of a year. Bakugou, ever the realist, scoffed. Doesn't mean it's over. We've still got a long way to go. Izuku smiled, nodding in agreement. Yeah, but we're getting there. Together. Hitoshi glanced at Bakugou, who had his arms crossed over his chest, his usual scowl in place. But there was a softness in Bakugou's eyes now, a quiet acceptance that hadn't been there before. They were a team, and despite all their differences, they were stronger for it. As the evening wore on and the conversation drifted into more relaxed territory, Aizawa watched his boys from across the room, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. They had all come so far, and while there were still challenges ahead, he knew they were ready to face them. Together. Chapter 17, New Connections. Summary. Bakugou begins to open up more and forms tentative friendships with classmates in Class 1A. Hitoshi grows emotionally, finding strength in his connection to Bakugou and Izuku. Yamada helps Bakugou navigate his unresolved anger. Story. The year at UA was winding down, and with each passing day, Bakugou found himself in unfamiliar territory. For most of his life, he had kept people at arm's length, never letting anyone get too close. But now, things were changing, he was changing. Living with Aizawa, Hisashi, Hitoshi, and Izuku had begun to chip away at the walls he'd built around himself. Slowly, he was starting to let others in, though it wasn't easy. In Class 1A, Bakugou had always been the loud, brash one, the student who pushed himself harder than anyone else and expected everyone else to keep up. He'd earned the respect of his classmates, but respect didn't always translate into friendship. Until now, Bakugou hadn't cared. Friends, to him, had always seemed like a weakness, something that would hold him back. But after everything he had been through, his struggles with his family, moving in with Aizawa and Yamada, he began to realize that maybe having people around who cared about him wasn't such a bad thing after all. One afternoon, after an intense hero training session, Bakugou found himself walking back to the dorms with Kirishima, the red-haired student who had always been a little too enthusiastic for Bakugou's liking. Kirishima had been one of the few people in Class 1A who actively tried to befriend Bakugou, despite Bakugou's prickly personality. He never gave up, always offering a smile or a word of encouragement, even when Bakugou barked back at him. So, Bakugou, Kirishima said, breaking the comfortable silence as they walked. You've been doing really well lately. I mean, not that you weren't always awesome, but it feels like you found a new level of control or something. It's cool to see. Bakugou glanced at Kirishima, his instinct to brush off the compliment bubbling up, but something made him pause. Kirishima's words weren't just empty praise, they were genuine. And for once, Bakugou didn't feel the need to snap back. Yeah, I guess, Bakugou muttered, his tone less harsh than usual. Kirishima grinned, clearly pleased with the response. See, that's what I'm talking about. You're like, more chill now. It's awesome. Bakugou frowned. I'm not chill. Well, not chill, Kirishima said quickly, waving his hands in the air. Just, more open, you know? Like, I think people are starting to see a different side of you. Bakugou snorted, though there was no real anger behind the sound. He still wasn't used to people thinking of him as anything other than the loud, aggressive guy in class, but Kirishima's words stuck with him. Maybe he was changing, slowly, but surely. Maybe he didn't have to keep everyone at a distance forever. As they reached the dorms, Kirishima slapped Bakugou on the back with his usual enthusiasm. Anyway, keep it up, man. You're doing great. Bakugou rolled his eyes, but didn't push Kirishima away. Yeah. Don't get used to it. But as Kirishima jogged off toward his room, Bakugou stood there for a moment, feeling something strange, a warmth in his chest that he wasn't used to. It wasn't friendship, not exactly, but it was a start. And that was something. Back at the apartment, things had settled into a rhythm. The three boys, Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku, had developed a quiet understanding. They weren't just classmates or roommates anymore. They were family, though not by blood. The connection they shared went deeper than that. It was a bond forged through shared struggles, through late-night conversations, and through the silent support they offered each other when words weren't enough. Hitoshi, ever the quiet one, often watched Bakugou and Izuku from the sidelines, taking in the way their personalities seemed to balance each other out. Izuku's boundless energy and optimism had a way of softening Bakugou's sharp edges, while Bakugou's strength and determination seemed to ground Izuku when his enthusiasm threatened to overwhelm him. And then there was Hitoshi, somewhere in the middle, observing but always present. He wasn't the type to seek out attention, but in the quiet moments when it was just the three of them, he found strength in their connection. For so long, Hitoshi had felt like an outsider, someone who didn't quite belong. But now, sitting on the couch with Bakugou and Izuku, he realized that family didn't have to be by blood. It could be something you chose, something you built. One evening, after a particularly tough day of training, Hitoshi found himself sitting at the kitchen table with Bakugou. The house was unusually quiet, with Aizawa and Hisashi out on patrol, and Izuku holed up in the support lab, working on another project. Hitoshi glanced at Bakugou, who was hunched over a cup of tea, staring at it like it might solve all his problems. It wasn't often that Bakugou sat still like this, and Hitoshi could sense that something was on his mind. "You okay?" Hitoshi asked, his voice soft but steady. Bakugou looked up, his expression guarded, as always. "Yeah. Why?" Hitoshi shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "You just seem off." Bakugou's eyes narrowed, but there was no real bite to his response. "I'm fine." They sat in silence for a few more moments, before Bakugou finally sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "It's just weird. I'm not used to all this." Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "All what?" Bakugou gestured vaguely around the room. "This. The family stuff. People caring about what I'm feeling. It's weird." Hitoshi chuckled softly. "Yeah, it can be." Bakugou's gaze flicked over to Hitoshi, and for a moment, something passed between them, an understanding. They had both come from difficult places, both dealt with things that most people couldn't understand. And now, sitting here together in this quiet apartment, they were learning how to navigate a new kind of life, a life where they didn't have to carry everything alone. "You're not alone, you know," Hitoshi said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "You don't have to keep everything bottled up." Bakugou stared at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. But then, slowly, he nodded. "Yeah. I know." It wasn't much, but it was enough. Hitoshi knew better than to push Bakugou for more. He understood that it would take time for Bakugou to fully open up, to trust that this family, this strange, mismatched family, wasn't going to fall apart like everything else had. But for now, the small moments of vulnerability were enough. Hisashi, ever the emotional heart of the family, had been keeping a close eye on all three boys. He could see the changes in Bakugou, the way his sharp edges were slowly softening, the way he was beginning to let his guard down. But Hisashi also knew that Bakugou still had a lot of unresolved anger that would need to be addressed if he was ever going to fully heal. One evening, after the boys had gone to bed, Hisashi sat down with Aizawa, his usual cheerful expression replaced by something more serious. "Bakugou's doing better," Hisashi said, his voice quiet, but he's still carrying a lot of anger. "I don't think it's just about his family either. It's deeper than that." Aizawa nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "I've noticed. He's trying, though." "He is," Hisashi agreed, his tone softening. "But I think he needs help. I don't want him to feel like he has to deal with it on his own." Aizawa leaned back in his chair, considering Hisashi's words. "What do you suggest?" Hisashi smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. I'll talk to him. He might not want to open up, but I'll make sure he knows he can. Sometimes you just need someone to tell you it's okay to be angry. The next morning, Hisashi made good on his promise. Bakugou was sitting at the kitchen table, still groggy from sleep, when Hisashi slid into the seat across from him, a cup of coffee in hand. "Hey, little listener," Hisashi greeted, his tone light but his eyes serious. "Got a minute?" Bakugou grunted, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. "What?" Hisashi sipped his coffee before setting the mug down. "I just wanted to check in. You've been doing great lately, but I can tell there's still a lot going on in here." He tapped his temple for emphasis. Bakugou stiffened slightly, his eyes darting away. "I'm fine." Hisashi chuckled softly. "You don't have to be, you know. It's okay to be angry, Bakugou. After everything you've been through, no one expects you to just get over it. But you don't have to carry it all by yourself." Bakugou didn't respond right away, his jaw clenched tightly. He wasn't used to talking about his emotions, wasn't used to people encouraging him to feel anything other than strength. But Hisashi's words cut through the fog of defensiveness that always surrounded him, and for a brief moment, Bakugou let himself acknowledge the truth. "I don't know how to deal with it," Bakugou muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "The anger. It's always there." Hisashi reached out, placing a gentle hand on Bakugou's arm. "You don't have to figure it out all at once. We'll help you through it, one step at a time." Bakugou looked up at Hisashi, his eyes filled with a mix of uncertainty and something that looked like hope. For the first time in a long time, Bakugou felt like maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to fight this battle alone. As the weeks passed, Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku continued to navigate their individual paths, but the bonds between them only grew stronger. They weren't just classmates or roommates anymore. They were brothers, by choice, not by blood. And with the help of Aizawa and Hisashi, they were learning that family didn't have to be perfect. It just had to be there. Chapter 18, Taking a Stand. Summary. A new villain attack threatens the school. Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku work together to protect their classmates. Izuku uses his inventions to save lives, and the three brothers unite in a way they never expected, their bond solidifying in the heat of battle. Story. The morning had started like any other at UA High School, students shuffling into classrooms, chatting about upcoming exams, and preparing for another day of training. But by midday, everything had changed. The alarms blared, shaking the school from its usual rhythm and sending everyone into high alert. It wasn't a drill. Villains had attacked. The students of Class 1A had been through plenty of simulations, and they'd faced villains before, but this time was different. This wasn't a contained exercise with heroes waiting to step in. This was a full-scale attack, and it was happening right on their doorstep. Hitoshi's heart raced as he stood with his classmates in the training field, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the attackers. The sky was darkening, thick clouds gathering overhead, adding to the already tense atmosphere. Aizawa and the other pro-heroes had immediately taken action, evacuating the students to a secure location while they went to engage the villains, but it wasn't long before things began to spiral out of control. "What's happening?" Hitoshi muttered under his breath, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. His mind raced as he tried to process the situation. It was chaotic, students running to safety, teachers barking orders, and the sound of explosions in the distance growing louder by the second. Beside him, Bakugou was already tensing up, his jaw set in a hard line as his hands crackled with the familiar energy of his quirk. "Villains are getting closer," he growled, his eyes narrowing. "We need to do something." Hitoshi glanced at Bakugou, understanding immediately. They couldn't just stand by and wait. The pro-heroes were fighting, but the students weren't powerless. They had trained for this. And even though their priority was to get to safety, Hitoshi knew that some of their classmates were too far out to be protected by the initial evacuation orders. They had to step in. "We'll cover the south side," Hitoshi said firmly, turning toward Bakugou. "The villains are pushing through the main gate, but some of the students haven't made it out yet. We need to keep them safe until the pros get here." Bakugou didn't need to be told twice. His face twisted into a scowl, but there was a fierce determination in his eyes. "Let's go." Together, they ran toward the area where several students were still lagging behind, caught in the confusion of the attack. Hitoshi's mind was already working through strategies: how to use his brainwashing quirk effectively without getting overwhelmed, how to coordinate with Bakugou's raw power, and most importantly, how to keep everyone safe. The first villain they encountered wasn't what Hitoshi had expected. He was large, brutish, with thick arms covered in jagged spikes. He barreled toward a group of students, his eyes wild with fury, his intentions clear. But before he could reach them, Bakugou launched himself forward, his hands exploding with a fiery blast that sent the villain skidding back. "You're not getting through us!" Bakugou roared, his voice filled with a ferocity that made even the villain pause for a moment. But the villain didn't stay down for long. With a snarl, he charged again, his spiked arms raised to strike. Hitoshi, watching from a few paces behind, knew this was his moment. While Bakugou provided the distraction, Hitoshi focused, narrowing his gaze on the villain. "Stop," Hitoshi commanded, his voice steady and calm. The effect was immediate. The villain froze in his tracks, his arms lowering as the power of Hitoshi's quirk took hold. For a brief moment, there was silence as the villain stood still, trapped by the force of Hitoshi's command. Bakugou didn't waste any time. With another powerful blast, he sent the villain crashing into a nearby wall, knocking him out cold. The students who had been in the line of fire scrambled to their feet, their faces filled with relief as they realized they were safe, for now. "Thanks," one of the students breathed, clearly shaken but grateful. "We're not done yet," Bakugou snapped, his eyes already scanning the area for more threats. "Get to the evacuation point and stay there." The students nodded quickly before rushing off, and Hitoshi and Bakugou continued moving, covering as much ground as they could. As they moved deeper into the school grounds, it became clear that the attack was more coordinated than they had initially thought. Villains were swarming the area, breaking through barriers, and overwhelming the teachers. It was chaos, and there weren't enough pro-heroes to stop it all at once. Hitoshi and Bakugou worked together seamlessly, their movements almost instinctive now. Bakugou would charge in with raw power, drawing the villain's attention, while Hitoshi used his brainwashing quirk to incapacitate them, taking out enemies with minimal effort. It was a brutal, effective combination, and it was working. But then, as they reached the southern courtyard, they encountered a problem that neither of them had expected. A large group of villains, more than they could handle on their own, was advancing, their quirks creating a barrage of energy blasts, ice walls, and other chaotic obstacles. The students nearby were trapped, unable to escape, without risking serious injury. "We need backup," Hitoshi muttered, his mind racing. There were too many villains, and they were too well coordinated for him and Bakugou to handle alone. Bakugou's jaw clenched, his hands sparking with frustration. "We don't have time to wait for backup." It was then that Hitoshi remembered Izuku. He wasn't on the front lines, but he had been working on something in the support labs, something that could help. Hitoshi quickly reached for the communication device Izuku had designed for him, pressing the button to open the secure frequency. "Izuku, we need your help," Hitoshi said, his voice urgent. "There's a group of villains in the southern courtyard. We can't get to the students, and they're closing in fast." Izuku's voice crackled through the earpiece, filled with determination. "I'm on it. Give me a few seconds." Hitoshi glanced at Bakugou, who was already charging forward, blasting through the ice walls and energy blasts with reckless abandon. But even Bakugou's raw power wasn't enough to break through all the barriers the villains had set up. They needed a different kind of solution, and that was where Izuku came in. From his position in the support labs, Izuku had been monitoring the situation, using the equipment he had designed to track the villains' movements. He knew exactly where the weak points were, and he had been preparing for this moment. In his hands, he held a small, cylindrical device, something he had been working on for weeks, but hadn't had the chance to test yet. Now was as good a time as any. "I'm sending a drone your way," Izuku said, his voice filled with confidence. "It's carrying an EMP device that should disable the villain's tech-based quirks. It'll give you a window to take them down." Hitoshi's eyes widened in surprise. "You built an EMP?" Izuku chuckled, though there was a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Yeah, just a small one. It should work for a few minutes, but that's all you'll need. I'll guide the drone to your location." Sure enough, within moments, Hitoshi saw the small drone hovering above the courtyard. It was sleek, nearly invisible against the darkening sky, and it moved with precision as Izuku guided it remotely from the lab. Hitoshi could see the villains below, unaware of the approaching drone as they continued to fire off their quirks, trying to break through the school's defenses. "Now." Izuku's voice came through the earpiece. The drone dropped the EMP device, and within seconds, a wave of energy pulsed through the courtyard, disrupting the villain's tech-based quirks. The energy blasts flickered and died, the ice walls shattered, and for a brief moment, the villains were left vulnerable. "Go!" Hitoshi shouted to Bakugou. Bakugou didn't need to be told twice. With a roar, he launched himself forward, blasting through the weakened villains with ease. Hitoshi followed close behind, using his brainwashing quirk to immobilize those who tried to resist. Together, they cleared the courtyard, taking down every villain in their path. When it was over, the students who had been trapped rushed toward the evacuation point, their faces filled with relief. Hitoshi and Bakugou stood in the aftermath, breathing heavily but victorious. "You did it," Izuku's voice came through the earpiece, filled with pride. Hitoshi allowed himself a small smile. "We did it." Bakugou, standing beside him, smirked, his usual bravado tempered by a sense of quiet satisfaction. "Not bad, Deku. Not bad at all." As the three of them regrouped, their bond as brothers had solidified in a way none of them had expected. They had always been strong on their own, but together, they were unstoppable. And in the heat of battle, they had become more than just classmates or teammates. They had become family. Chapter 19, Aftermath. Summary. In the aftermath of the attack, the family is shaken but stronger. Bakugou reflects on how far he's come since being taken in, while Hitoshi acknowledges his emotional growth. Izuku quietly celebrates their collective victories in the background. Story. The silence that settled over UA in the wake of the villain attack was almost eerie. The explosions, the frantic shouting, the pounding of adrenaline, all of it had faded, leaving behind the quiet hum of recovery. Students and staff alike moved with a sense of purpose, but also fatigue. There had been injuries, but thanks to the quick response of the pro-heroes and the students, there had been no fatalities. Still, the weight of what had happened lingered in the air. Back at the apartment, the atmosphere was subdued. Aizawa and Hitoshi had returned home from their own battles, both worn but unharmed, their faces showing the strain of the day. The three boys, Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku, sat together in the living room, their energy drained but their spirits still high from the events of the day. They hadn't had time to process it all yet, but the exhaustion in their eyes told the story of how much they had been through. Bakugou sat on the couch, staring down at his hands. The faint bruises on his knuckles were a reminder of how much he had fought, how much he had put himself on the line. The battle had been brutal, but they had won. They had protected their classmates, and that victory meant more to him than he had expected. He glanced over at Hitoshi, who sat quietly beside him, his posture relaxed, but his gaze distant. Hitoshi had been calm throughout the battle, using his quirk with precision and control, but Bakugou knew that the intensity of the fight had shaken him, too. They had been in real danger, facing villains who didn't hold back, who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Bakugou let out a slow breath, his mind drifting back to when he had first been taken in by Aizawa and Yamada. The memory felt distant now, like a different lifetime. He had been so angry back then, so filled with rage and resentment. He had pushed everyone away, convinced that he didn't need anyone, that he didn't want anyone. But now, sitting here with Hitoshi and Izuku, in the quiet safety of their home, Bakugou realized just how far he had come. He wasn't that same angry, closed-off kid anymore. He had changed, slowly, yes, and sometimes painfully, but he had changed. And it was because of them, because of this strange, mismatched family that had shown him what it meant to be cared for, what it meant to trust others. His chest tightened slightly at the thought. It wasn't an easy thing to admit, to himself or to anyone else, but Bakugou had grown to care about them. Hitoshi, with his quiet strength and sharp mind, had become someone Bakugou could rely on. And Izuku, with his boundless energy and optimism, had shown Bakugou that sometimes it was okay to let others help. But most of all, Aizawa and Yamada had given him something he had never thought he would have again, a home. "You okay, Bakugou?" Hitoshi's voice broke through the silence, his eyes shifting toward Bakugou, observing him with his usual calm demeanor. Bakugou blinked, pulled from his thoughts. He grunted, his typical response to any emotional question. "Yeah. Just tired." Hitoshi didn't press further, but there was a flicker of understanding in his gaze. He knew that Bakugou wasn't the type to open up easily, but he also knew that the fact that Bakugou had stayed sitting there with him, hadn't stormed off to brood alone, meant something. "You did good today," Hitoshi said, his voice steady. "You protected a lot of people." Bakugou's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no real irritation in his expression. "We both did." Hitoshi smiled faintly, nodding. "Yeah. We did." Across the room, Izuku sat on the floor, sketching in his notebook as he always did after a big event. His mind was already racing with ideas for improvements to the gadgets he had used during the battle, ways to make them more efficient, more powerful. But even as his pencil moved quickly across the page, he couldn't help but glance up at his brothers every now and then, a small smile playing on his lips. Izuku had always been the optimist, the one who saw the best in people even when they couldn't see it in themselves. And over the past year, he had watched Bakugou and Hitoshi change in ways that filled him with pride. They were stronger now, not just physically but emotionally. They had both faced their own demons, Bakugou with his anger and his past, and Hitoshi with his insecurities and the weight of his quirk, and they had come out the other side stronger. Izuku wasn't on the front lines during the battle. He didn't throw punches or fire off explosions, but his inventions had made a difference. The drone he had sent to Bakugou and Hitoshi had worked exactly as he'd hoped, buying them the time they needed to protect their classmates. And that, in its own way, was a victory for Izuku. He didn't need to be the one in the fight, he just needed to know that he had helped. He looked up from his notebook, watching as Bakugou and Hitoshi shared a quiet moment of understanding, their bond stronger now than it had ever been. Izuku's heart swelled with a sense of pride that he couldn't quite put into words. They had all come so far, and even though the journey hadn't been easy, they had made it together. "Hey," Izuku said, breaking the silence. "We should celebrate." Bakugou raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "Celebrate what?" Izuku's smile widened. "That we're still here. That we made it through today." Hitoshi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You never stop, do you?" "Nope," Izuku said brightly. "And neither should you." Bakugou rolled his eyes, but there was a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Whatever, Deku." But even as he grumbled, Bakugou felt a warmth spread through his chest. He had never been one for celebrations, but maybe, just this once, he could let himself enjoy the fact that they had won. That they were still standing. That they were still together. Later that evening, after a quiet dinner and some much-needed rest, Aizawa sat with the boys in the living room, his usual stoic demeanor in place, but his eyes filled with something softer, something close to pride. "You all did well today," Aizawa said, his voice calm but firm. "You protected your classmates. You made smart decisions. I couldn't have asked for more." Hitoshi, sitting beside Bakugou on the couch, nodded slowly. "It wasn't easy, but we made it." Aizawa's gaze shifted to Bakugou, who was staring down at his hands again, his expression unreadable. "Bakugou, you showed incredible restraint today. You fought hard, but you also kept your head. That's progress." Bakugou looked up, surprised by the compliment. Aizawa wasn't one to give out praise lightly, and hearing it now, after everything, felt good. "Thanks," Bakugou muttered, his voice low. Aizawa nodded, then turned his attention to Izuku. "And you, Midoriya? Your support gear made a real difference. You saved lives today." Izuku beamed, his face lighting up with pride. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei." As the evening wore on, the conversation turned to lighter topics, plans for the upcoming break, ideas for new training exercises, and, of course, Izuku's latest inventions. The tension of the day slowly faded, replaced by a sense of calm, of safety. They had made it through the attack, but more than that, they had grown stronger as a family. Later that night, as Bakugou lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, he couldn't help but reflect on how far he had come. There had been a time when he would have pushed everyone away, when he would have fought this battle alone, convinced that he didn't need anyone. But now, after everything, after the villains, after the fights, after the quiet moments with his family, he realized that he wasn't alone. He didn't have to be. Bakugou closed his eyes, a small smile tugging at his lips. He had a family now. And no matter what came next, he knew they would face it together. Chapter 20, Unexpected Growth. Summary. Bakugou begins exploring his leadership potential, discovering a new side to himself. Izuku gains recognition for his support gear and contemplates starting his own company. Hitoshi steps into his role as a future hero with growing confidence. Story. The days following the villain attack settled into a strange sense of normalcy at UA High. Though the aftermath of the battle left its mark, the school's unwavering spirit remained intact. The students of Class 1A, in particular, had returned to their training with renewed focus. There was a shared understanding now, things were getting more dangerous. The stakes were higher. But they were ready to face whatever came next. For Bakugou, this new phase in his life brought with it a change that even he hadn't anticipated. Leadership was never something he had been interested in before. He had always been a lone wolf, focused on his own strength, determined to be the best without relying on anyone else. But now, after the attack and everything that had happened, he found himself in a different position. It wasn't that he had suddenly become soft or less intense, he was still the same fiery, determined Bakugou. But something had shifted. There was a responsibility that came with being part of this strange, mismatched family, a responsibility that he hadn't realized he was ready for until now. The turning point came during a class exercise, one that tested their ability to lead a team in the face of unexpected danger. They were divided into small groups, each tasked with a different mission scenario, and Bakugou had been assigned as the leader of his group, a decision that surprised him at first but quickly made sense once the exercise began. Standing at the head of his group, Bakugou surveyed the field, his eyes sharp and calculating. His team consisted of Kurashima, Kaminari, and Tsuyu, each with their own unique strengths. The goal was to secure a series of checkpoints while fending off simulated attacks from the other teams, but the real challenge was coordinating their efforts and making quick decisions under pressure. "Alright, here's the plan," Bakugou barked, his voice confident as he outlined their strategy. Kirishima, you're on defense. You'll be in charge of keeping our flank covered. Kaminari, you're on offense, hit them with everything you've got when they get close. Tsuyu, I need you to scout ahead and report back on enemy movements. Kirishima grinned, his teeth sharp as ever. Got it, Bakugou. Let's go, man. Kaminari gave a thumbs up, though there was a hint of nervousness in his expression. I'll try not to fry my brain this time. Tsuyu simply nodded, her wide eyes steady as she readied herself for the task ahead. Ribbit. I'll take care of it. As they moved into position, Bakugou felt an unfamiliar sense of control wash over him. He had always been a natural in combat, his instincts sharp, his power undeniable, but leading others in battle was something different. It required more than just raw strength. It required focus, strategy, and trust. And, surprisingly, Bakugou found that he was good at it. His team followed his orders without hesitation, executing their tasks with precision. Tsuyu's scouting kept them ahead of the enemy, while Kirishima's defense ensured that their position remained secure. Kaminari, though prone to overloading his quirk, took Bakugou's instructions seriously, channeling his electricity in controlled bursts that neutralized their opponents without putting himself at risk. By the time they reached the final checkpoint, Bakugou's group had not only completed their mission but had done so with impressive efficiency. Great job, everyone, Bakugou said, his voice lacking its usual edge of sarcasm or irritation. There was something close to pride in his tone. Kirishima punched Bakugou's shoulder lightly, his grin wider than ever. You were awesome out there, man. You should lead more often. Bakugou scoffed, but he didn't disagree. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. But even as he said the words, Bakugou couldn't help but feel a small sense of satisfaction. Maybe there was more to this leadership thing than he thought. While Bakugou was discovering his potential as a leader, Izuku was busy making waves in the support course. Ever since the villain attack, word had spread about the inventions he had used to help during the crisis, particularly the EMP device that had played a crucial role in disabling the villain's tech-based quirks. It wasn't long before the support department took notice of Izuku's talent, and soon, he found himself receiving more recognition than he had ever imagined. One afternoon, as Izuku sat at his workbench in the support lab, tinkering with a new project, the door swung open, and Mei Hatsum, the resident support gear genius, burst into the room, her eyes wide with excitement. Midoriya! Mei exclaimed, practically bouncing with energy. You're famous. Izuku blinked, startled by her sudden entrance. Famous? What are you talking about? Mei grinned, waving a piece of paper in front of his face. Check it out. The department's been talking about your EMP device. Apparently, some pro heroes are interested in testing it out in real combat scenarios. That's huge. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Wait, seriously? Seriously. Mei said, her grin never fading. You've got a real shot at making a name for yourself, Midoriya. I mean, I've always known you had potential, but this is next level. Izuku stared at the paper in disbelief. He had always dreamed of becoming a hero, but when that dream had been taken from him, he had poured all of his passion into support gear. To think that his inventions were now being recognized, actually making a difference in the hero world, was more than he could have hoped for. That's amazing, Izuku muttered, a smile spreading across his face. Mei patted him on the back, her enthusiasm infectious. You've earned it. But don't get too comfortable. We've got more work to do. The next generation of support gear isn't going to build itself, you know. Izuku laughed, feeling a rush of excitement that made his heart race. For the first time, he could see a clear path ahead of him, one that didn't involve being on the front lines, but one where he could still make a difference. He wasn't going to be a hero in the traditional sense, but as an inventor, he could still save lives. and that was more than enough. Meanwhile, Hitoshi was finding his own footing as a future hero. The events of the villain attack had tested him in ways he hadn't expected, but in the aftermath, he found himself standing taller, more confident in his abilities than ever before. Hitoshi had always struggled with the way people saw him. His brainwashing quirk was powerful, yes, but it also came with a stigma. People assumed the worst about him, assumed that his quirk made him dangerous or untrustworthy. It had taken time and a lot of patience for him to prove otherwise. But now, as he trained with his classmates, Hitoshi felt a shift. There was a new sense of respect from those around him, a recognition of his abilities that hadn't been there before. He wasn't just the quiet, reserved kid with the villain-like quirk anymore. He was someone who could be relied on, someone who had proven himself in battle. One day, after a particularly grueling training session, Hitoshi found himself walking with Shido Todoroki, who had been partnered with him for a series of combat drills. "You're getting stronger," Shido said, his voice as calm and even as always. Hitoshi glanced at him, surprised by the compliment. "Thanks. So are you." Shuto nodded. "I've always thought your quirk was powerful. It requires a lot of control." Hitoshi smirked, though there was no arrogance in his expression. "It's not as flashy as some, but I make it work." Shudo's gaze shifted toward him, and there was a quiet understanding in his eyes. Power doesn't have to be flashy to be effective. Hitoshi nodded in agreement. He had learned that lesson well over the past year. His quirk wasn't about brute force or raw strength. It was about precision, about knowing when to use it and how. And now, as he stepped further into his role as a hero in training, he felt more confident than ever that he could live up to the expectations set before him. At home, the dynamic between the three boys continued to evolve. Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku were each growing in their own ways, finding their strengths and coming to terms with who they were and who they wanted to be. Aizawa and Hisashi watched over them with pride, offering guidance when needed but also letting them forge their own paths. One evening, as they all gathered around the dinner table, the conversation drifted toward the future, toward what was next for each of them. "I think I want to take on more leadership roles," Bakugou said, his voice steady but thoughtful. "I'm good at it." Izuku grinned. "You definitely are. You were amazing in that exercise." Bakugou rolled his eyes, but there was a faint smile on his lips. "Yeah, well. We'll see." Hitoshi, sitting beside them, nodded. "I'm ready to take on more too. I think I'm finally starting to get a handle on everything." Aizawa, sitting at the head of the table, gave a small nod of approval. "You've all come a long way. But remember, the journey's not over yet. There's still a lot to learn." Hisashi grinned, leaning back in his chair. "But you've all got what it takes." "No doubt about that." As the evening wore on, the three boys couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, a recognition of how much they had grown, not just as individuals but as a family. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear, they were ready for whatever came next. Chapter 21, Closing the Distance. Summary. Bakugou finally confronts the emotional distance he's kept from his family. In a quiet, heartfelt conversation with Aizawa and Yamada, he admits how much they mean to him. For the first time, Bakugou calls them Dad and Papa, acknowledging them as his fathers. Story. The apartment was quiet, a rare and comforting silence settling over the space. The day had been long, filled with training and classwork, but now that evening had come, everything seemed to slow down. Bakugou sat alone in the living room, his mind unusually still. He wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there, staring out the window at the fading light, but it felt like hours. Aizawa and Yamada were in the other room, their quiet voices occasionally drifting through the hallway. Hitoshi and Izuku had retreated to their rooms, each engrossed in their own work or projects. Normally, Bakugou would have gone straight to his room too, eager for some time alone after a long day. But tonight was different. Tonight, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was building inside him, something he had been trying to ignore for far too long. It wasn't the usual frustration or anger that Bakugou had come to know so well. This was something quieter, deeper. It was the realization that, despite everything, he had started to care, about this place, about these people, about the life he had built with Aizawa, Yamada, Hitoshi, and Izuku. He had spent so much time keeping his distance, convinced that he didn't need anyone. But now, as the months had turned into a year, he couldn't deny the truth any longer. This was his family. And that terrified him. Bakugou clenched his fists, his mind racing. He wasn't good at this, at emotions, at talking about how he felt. But there was a part of him that knew he couldn't keep ignoring it. He couldn't keep pretending that he was fine with the walls he had built around himself. Aizawa and Yamada had done so much for him, had given him a home, a sense of stability that he hadn't realized he needed. And though he had never said it, Bakugou had come to depend on them in ways he hadn't thought possible. But admitting that? Saying it out loud? That was harder than any battle he had ever fought. The sound of footsteps broke through Bakugou's thoughts, and he looked up to see Aizawa and Yamada standing in the doorway, their expressions calm but watchful. They had always been good at reading him, at knowing when something was weighing on his mind, even when he tried to hide it. "You all right, Bakugou?" Yamada asked, his voice gentle but filled with concern. Bakugou hesitated, his throat tight. He didn't want to have this conversation, didn't want to face the feelings that had been simmering inside him for so long. But at the same time, he knew he couldn't keep running from it. Not anymore. "I need to talk to you guys," Bakugou muttered, his voice quieter than usual. Aizawa and Yamada exchanged a glance, but neither of them pressed him. Instead, they moved to sit on the couch across from him, giving him the space he needed while also letting him know they were there, ready to listen. "What's on your mind?" Aizawa asked, his tone as calm as ever. Bakugou shifted uncomfortably, his fingers tightening around the fabric of his pants as he tried to find the right words. It was harder than he had thought, opening up like this, being vulnerable. But he had come too far to turn back now. "I've been thinking," Bakugou started, his voice strained. "About everything. About you too, and how much has changed." Yamada leaned forward slightly, his expression soft. "Go on, little listener. Take your time." Bakugou exhaled slowly, forcing himself to keep going. "I didn't expect any of this. When you two took me in, I didn't want it. I didn't want to need anyone. And I fought both of you, because I thought that was easier. Safer." He paused, his chest tight with emotion. The memories of those first few months, filled with anger and resistance, flashed through his mind. He had been so determined to push them away, to keep them at a distance. But they had never given up on him. They had stayed, no matter how hard he tried to push them out. But now, Bakugou continued, his voice quieter, "I can't ignore it anymore. I've changed. And it's because of you too." Aizawa's expression softened, though he remained quiet, letting Bakugou speak at his own pace. Bakugou swallowed hard, his fists clenching as he fought against the wave of emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. "You've done so much for me. You've given me a home. A place where I actually feel like I belong." He looked up then, his eyes locking onto Aizawa and Yamada. "And I've been too much of a coward to admit that. To admit that I care. That I need you guys." The room was silent for a long moment, the weight of Bakugou's words hanging in the air. Aizawa and Yamada exchanged another glance, but this time, there was a softness in their eyes that Bakugou hadn't seen before, something that made the knot in his chest loosen just a little. We never expected you to say anything, Bakugou, Aizawa said, his voice calm but filled with warmth. You've shown us, in your own way, how much you've changed. How much you've grown. Yamada smiled gently, leaning back against the couch. We're proud of you, kid. You've come a long way. Bakugou's throat tightened again, but this time, it wasn't with fear or frustration. It was something else, something he hadn't allowed himself to feel in a long time. Gratitude. And maybe even love. For a long moment, Bakugou sat in silence, letting their words sink in. He had always been afraid of this, of letting people in, of caring too much. But now, sitting here with the two people who had given him everything, he realized that maybe it wasn't so scary after all. There was one more thing he needed to say, one more thing he had been holding back for too long. His hand shook slightly as he opened his mouth, the words caught in his throat. But he forced them out, knowing that this was the final step he needed to take. I've never said this before, Bakugou muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, but you two aren't just my guardians. He hesitated, the weight of what he was about to say pressing down on him. But then, with a deep breath, he looked up and met their eyes. You're my dads. Both of you. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, and Yamada's smile faltered for just a moment, surprise flickering across their faces. But then, as the words sank in, their expressions softened, a warmth spreading between them that made Bakugou's chest tighten. You don't have to call us that if you're not ready, Yamada said, his voice soft but full of emotion. But hearing it, it means a lot. Bakugou shook his head, his jaw tight with determination. No. I want to. You're my dad and my papa. And I'm lucky to have you. For a moment, Bakugou wasn't sure what to expect. He had never been good at emotional conversations, and this was easily the hardest one he had ever had. But then, Aizawa reached out, placing a firm hand on Bakugou's shoulder, his eyes filled with something Bakugou had rarely seen, pride. We're lucky to have you too, Bakugou, Aizawa said quietly. Yamada, his usual exuberance tempered by the emotion of the moment, nodded in agreement. You're part of this family, kid. Always. The silence that followed wasn't heavy or awkward. It was filled with understanding, with the quiet acceptance that they had all come a long way together. Bakugou felt something loosen in his chest, the tension that had been there for so long finally beginning to fade. He wasn't alone. He had a family, a real family. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Later that night, as Bakugou lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, he let the weight of the evening settle over him. He had taken a step he never thought he'd take. He had opened up, let his guard down, and for once, it hadn't backfired. It had made things better. He closed his eyes, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Dad. Papa. The words felt right. And for the first time, Bakugou didn't feel the need to fight them. Chapter 22, Challenges Ahead. Summary. As graduation approaches, the boys prepare for life beyond UA. Bakugou struggles with the idea of leaving the safety of Aizawa and Yamada's home, but his newfound confidence helps him face his fears. Izuku considers starting his own support company, with Hitoshi encouraging him to take the leap. Story. The days were growing longer as graduation loomed on the horizon. UA High School was buzzing with anticipation, as students prepared for the next stage of their lives. It was an exciting time, filled with dreams and possibilities, but it was also bittersweet. For the boys, Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku, the idea of life beyond UA brought with it a mix of excitement and uncertainty. Bakugou had spent years pushing himself to become the best, determined to prove to everyone, and especially to himself, that he could stand at the top. But now, with the end of his time at UA approaching, something else lingered at the back of his mind, something he hadn't been prepared for. The thought of leaving Aizawa and Yamada's home, the place that had become his sanctuary, filled him with a sense of unease. It wasn't that he didn't feel ready to face the challenges ahead, he had worked hard for this moment, after all. But the safety and stability he had found in their home was something Bakugou had never expected to need. Now, as graduation drew closer, the idea of leaving that behind left a strange, hollow feeling in his chest. One evening, as Bakugou sat alone in the living room, staring out the window at the fading light, Aizawa entered the room and sat beside him on the couch. He didn't say anything at first. Aizawa had always been good at reading the mood, knowing when to give space and when to offer quiet support. "You've been thinking a lot lately," Aizawa said after a long moment, his voice calm but perceptive. "About what comes next?" Bakugou grunted, his usual way of acknowledging the truth, without having to say it out loud. Aizawa, as always, didn't push him. "You've come a long way," Aizawa continued, his eyes focused on Bakugou. "And you're ready for whatever comes next. But that doesn't mean it's not hard to think about leaving." Bakugou frowned, his fists clenching slightly. He wasn't used to feeling uncertain. For so long, everything had been about strength, about proving himself in battle. But this was different, this was about leaving behind something that had become important to him. Something that had grounded him in ways he hadn't expected. "I don't know if I'm ready for that," Bakugou muttered, his voice quieter than usual. "Leaving, all of this?" Aizawa leaned back slightly, his expression softening. "It's normal to feel that way. You've built a life here, with us, and leaving that behind is a big step. But you're not leaving everything behind, Bakugou. You're taking everything you've learned with you." Bakugou stared down at his hands, his chest tight with the weight of his thoughts. He knew Aizawa was right, he had grown so much over the past few years, and that growth wasn't something that would disappear just because he was leaving UA. But the idea of stepping out on his own still felt daunting in a way he wasn't used to. "I'm not scared of what's out there," Bakugou said, his voice more firm now. "But I'm not sure if I'm ready to not have you guys around." Aizawa's expression softened even more, and he reached out to place a hand on Bakugou's shoulder, the gesture steady and reassuring. "You'll always have us, Bakugou. You're part of this family, no matter where you go, or what you do. That's not going to change." Bakugou didn't say anything, but he felt a sense of relief settle over him. He wasn't used to admitting his fears, but Aizawa had always had a way of making him feel like it was okay to let his guard down, just for a little while. "You've built something strong here," Aizawa continued, his voice quiet but steady. "And now it's time to take that strength with you into the world. You're ready." Bakugou nodded, the tightness in his chest loosening just a little. He wasn't sure he'd ever feel completely ready, but with Aizawa and Yamada's support, he knew he could face whatever came next. Meanwhile, Izuku had been spending more and more time in the support labs, his mind racing with ideas for the future. The recognition he had received for his inventions had been a game-changer, and for the first time, Izuku was seriously considering starting his own support company. It was a dream that had been growing in the back of his mind for a while now, but the idea of actually making it a reality felt overwhelming. As much as Izuku loved inventing and designing, the thought of running a business, of being responsible for something so big, was intimidating. There were so many things to consider, so many steps to take, and Izuku wasn't sure if he was ready for all of that. One afternoon, as Izuku sat in the lab, sketching out plans for a new piece of gear, Hitoshi wandered in, his usual calm and collected demeanor in place. He had been spending more time with Izuku lately, quietly encouraging him without being pushy. "You're working on something new again, aren't you?" Hitoshi said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Izuku's notebook. Izuku smiled sheepishly, nodding. "Yeah. I've been thinking about some new designs for Bakugou's gauntlets, but I'm not sure if they're ready yet." Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, sitting down beside him. "You've been saying that about everything lately." Izuku sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. I guess I'm just nervous. There's a lot going on right now, and with graduation coming up, I'm starting to think about what comes next. I want to do more with my inventions, but starting a company? That's a huge step. Hitoshi regarded him quietly for a moment before speaking. You've already proven you can do amazing things, Izuku. Your gear has saved lives. You're ready for this. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, his eyes wide with uncertainty. But what if I'm not? What if it's too much? Hitoshi leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. I get it. It's a big leap. But you're never going to know if you're ready unless you try. Besides, you've got people who believe in you, and I'm one of them. Izuku felt a warmth spread through his chest at Hitoshi's words. He had always looked up to his friends, admired their strength and resilience. But hearing that Hitoshi believed in him, in his abilities, it gave Izuku a confidence he hadn't known he needed. I guess I've just been overthinking it, Izuku admitted with a small chuckle. I want everything to be perfect. Hitoshi smirked. You're always overthinking things. But that's not a bad thing. It means you care. And that's what's going to make you great at this. Izuku's smile widened, the weight of his doubts beginning to lift. He wasn't alone in this, he had the support of his friends, his family, and that made all the difference. You really think I can do it? Izuku asked, his voice filled with a new sense of hope. Hitoshi nodded, without hesitation. I know you can. You just need to take the leap. As graduation day crept closer, the apartment buzzed with a sense of anticipation. Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku were all preparing for what came next, each of them stepping into their futures with more confidence than they'd ever had before. In the evenings, they would gather in the living room with Aizawa and Yamada, sharing stories of their plans, their dreams, and their fears. It was a time of reflection, of looking back on how far they'd come, but also a time of excitement for what lay ahead. One evening, as they sat together after dinner, Aizawa looked around the room at the three boys, his expression calm but filled with quiet pride. You're all ready for this next step, Aizawa said, his voice steady. You've worked hard, and you've grown in ways I couldn't have predicted. But no matter where you go, you'll always have a place here. Yamada grinned, his usual energy brightening the room. You three are going to be amazing out there. I can't wait to see what you do next. Bakugou, sitting beside Hitoshi on the couch, smirked, though there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. We're not gonna let you down. Izuku, beaming with excitement, nodded eagerly. We've come this far, and we're only going to keep getting better. Hitoshi, ever the quiet one, gave a small smile. It's been a long journey, but we're ready for whatever's next. The conversation continued into the night, filled with laughter and stories of the past few years. There was still uncertainty about the future, still challenges ahead, but as they sat together, surrounded by the people who had become their family, the three boys knew they could face whatever came next. They had each grown in ways they hadn't expected, Bakugou as a leader, Izuku as an inventor, and Hitoshi as a hero, but the most important thing they had learned was that they didn't have to face the world alone. As the evening wound down, Bakugou sat quietly on the balcony, looking out over the city lights. He felt a sense of calm that he hadn't known he needed. The fears that had been gnawing at him for weeks were still there, but they didn't feel as overwhelming now. For the first time, Bakugou felt ready. Ready to step out into the world, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. And no matter where he went, no matter what came next, he knew one thing for certain. He would always have his family. Chapter 23, Stronger Together. Summary. A new villain threatens UA, forcing Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku to work together once again. They face the danger as a united front, each of them proving their growth, Bakugou as a leader, Hitoshi with his strength, and Izuku with his life-saving inventions. Story. The sky over UA was darkening, heavy clouds rolling in as if they sensed the impending danger. The students had been going about their normal routines when the alarms blared again, loud, urgent, and unmistakable. This wasn't a drill. Another villain had come. But this time, things felt different. There was a new confidence, a sense of unity that hadn't been there before. For Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku, this wasn't their first time facing a villain together, but now they weren't just classmates. They were brothers, and that made all the difference. As the alarms echoed through the halls, the three boys met up near the front gates of the school, their expressions focused and determined. Bakugou, standing at the head of their small group, clenched his fists, his mind already racing with strategies. "We're not waiting around for someone else to handle this," Bakugou growled, his voice filled with resolve. "We take this bastard down ourselves." Izuku, though nervous as always, nodded firmly. "We've got this, Kaken. Together." Hitoshi, standing calmly beside them, adjusted his gloves, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the threat. "We don't know what we're up against yet, but we're ready for whatever comes." The other students were already evacuating to the designated safe zones, and the pro-heroes were assembling to assess the situation. But Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku knew they couldn't sit back and wait. They had been through too much together to let fear or uncertainty hold them back now. As they moved closer to the front of the school, the sound of distant explosions rumbled through the air, a clear sign that the battle had already begun. And then, they saw it, the villain. He was massive, towering over the surrounding buildings, his body covered in thick, dark armor that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. His eyes glowed a sickly green, and every step he took sent shockwaves through the ground, cracking the pavement beneath his feet. Around him, a group of smaller villains, more like henchmen, swarmed, their quirks adding to the chaos. Bakugou's eyes narrowed, his hands already crackling with the energy of his quirk. "That's the guy, huh? He's gonna regret coming here." Hitoshi stepped forward, his expression calm but focused. "We need to be smart about this. We don't know what he's capable of yet." Izuku, standing between them, quickly accessed his support gear, specifically, the drone system he had designed after the last attack. His mind was working quickly, analyzing the situation and coming up with ways to support Bakugou and Hitoshi from behind the scenes. "We'll need to distract the smaller villains first," Izuku said, his voice steady. "If we can take them out, we'll have a clearer shot at the big guy." Bakugou smirked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Leave that to me. I'll blow them away." Hitoshi glanced at Bakugou, his expression softening just slightly. "Just be careful. We don't need you going overboard." Bakugou snorted but didn't argue. Instead, he launched himself forward, his explosions propelling him through the air as he headed straight for the smaller villains. They barely had time to react before Bakugou was upon them, his blasts tearing through their ranks with precision. As Bakugou wreaked havoc among the henchmen, Hitoshi stayed back, waiting for the right moment to strike. His brainwashing quirk required patience, strategy. He couldn't afford to rush in recklessly. Instead, he observed the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to use his quirk effectively. Meanwhile, Izuku's drones were already in the air, gathering data on the villain's movements and feeding it back to him in real time. He had designed the drones to be small, nearly invisible, so they could move undetected through the battlefield. As he watched the data stream in, Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "Kaken. Hitoshi. His armor, it's absorbing energy." Izuku called out, his fingers flying across his tablet as he analyzed the readings. "Every time one of us attacks, he's getting stronger." Bakugou, in the middle of blasting another henchman into the ground, growled in frustration. "So what, we're supposed to just stand here and watch?" "No," Hitoshi said calmly, his eyes focused on the main villain. "We need to stop feeding him power and find a way to shut him down. Izuku, can your drones do anything?" Izuku thought for a moment, his mind racing. I've got EMP capabilities on the drones, but they're small scale. If I can get them close enough to his armor, I might be able to disrupt the energy flow, at least long enough for us to take him down. Then that's what we'll do, Hitoshi said, his voice firm. Bakugou, you need to keep him distracted. Izuku, get those drones in position. Bakugou nodded, his expression grim but determined. Got it. With the plan in place, Bakugou took off again, this time focusing his blasts on the ground around the main villain rather than hitting him directly. The explosion sent debris flying, creating a smokescreen that obscured the villain's vision, but they didn't feed his armor the energy it needed to grow stronger. Hitoshi, meanwhile, used the chaos to his advantage. Moving quietly through the battlefield, he closed in on the smaller villains who were still trying to regroup after Bakugou's initial attack. With a single word, his brainwashing quirk took hold, and one by one, the henchmen froze, unable to resist his control. Stay down, Hitoshi commanded, his voice calm but authoritative. The henchmen complied, their bodies going limp as they fell to the ground, no longer a threat. Izuku, watching from the sidelines, guided his drones closer to the main villain, his hands trembling slightly with the pressure of the moment. If his drones didn't get close enough, if the EMP failed to work, they might lose their only chance to stop him. But he had faith, in himself, in his brothers, in everything they had learned together. Almost there, Izuku muttered under his breath, his eyes glued to the screen. Just a little closer. The drones whizzed through the air, undetected by the villain's armor. And then, with a single command, Izuku activated the EMP. A pulse of energy rippled through the battlefield, and for a moment, everything went still. The villain's armor flickered, the green glow in his eyes dimming as the energy flow was disrupted. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it was enough. Now! Hitoshi shouted. Bakugou didn't hesitate. With a roar, he launched himself forward, his hands crackling with energy as he unleashed a barrage of controlled explosions directly at the weakened armor. The blasts hit their mark, tearing through the armor and sending the villain crashing to the ground. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the area, but when the dust finally settled, the villain lay motionless, his armor shattered and powerless. They had won. As the adrenaline from the battle began to fade, the three boys regrouped near the fallen villain, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and relief. Bakugou, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad, Bakugou muttered, glancing at Hitoshi and Izuku. We make a pretty good team. Izuku beamed, his face flushed with excitement. We did it, Kaken. I wasn't sure if the EMP would work, but... Bakugou waved him off, though there was no real annoyance in his tone. Yeah. It worked. Nice job, Deku. Hitoshi, ever calm, gave a small smile as he looked at his two brothers. We've come a long way, haven't we? Bakugou snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. Damn right we have. In the distance, Aizawa and Yamada were approaching, having finished dealing with their own set of villains. Aizawa's expression was as stoic as ever, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes as he looked at the three boys standing side by side. You handled that well, Aizawa said, his voice calm but approving. You worked together, and you took the right steps to neutralize the threat. Yamada grinned, his energy as infectious as ever. You three were awesome out there. That was some serious teamwork. Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku exchanged glances, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling between them. They had faced the danger as a united front, and they had come out stronger because of it. For the first time, Bakugou didn't feel the need to go off on his own or prove himself in isolation. Hitoshi didn't feel like an outsider, and Izuku didn't doubt his abilities. They had worked together, not as individuals, but as a team. As brothers. And as they walked back toward the school, the weight of the battle still fresh in their minds, they knew one thing for certain: no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would always be stronger together. Chapter 24, The End of an Era. Summary. Graduation day arrives, marking the end of one chapter and the start of another. Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku step into the next phase of their lives, but their bond remains unbreakable. Aizawa and Yamada reflect on how proud they are of the young men they've raised. Story. Graduation day had finally arrived at UA High School, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of another for the students who had spent years training, growing, and fighting to become heroes. The sun was bright overhead, casting a golden light over the school grounds, and the air was filled with a mixture of excitement and nostalgia. For Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku, this day wasn't just about moving forward in their careers, it was about acknowledging the journey that had brought them here and the bond they had forged along the way. The three boys stood together, dressed in their graduation uniforms, looking out over the rows of seats that had been set up for the ceremony. Students milled about, chatting with their friends and family, while teachers took their places on the stage. It was a momentous occasion, one that had seemed so far off when they had first started at UA, and now that it was here, it felt almost surreal. "I can't believe it's finally happening," Izuku said, his voice filled with awe as he adjusted his tie for what felt like the 100th time. "Graduation. It still doesn't feel real." Hitoshi, standing beside him with his usual calm demeanor, nodded. "It's strange, but it's time. We've all grown a lot, and we're ready for whatever comes next." Bakugou, his arms crossed over his chest, scoffed, though there was no real edge to his voice. "About damn time, if you ask me. We've been ready for this." But even as he said the words, Bakugou couldn't shake the weight of what this day truly meant. It wasn't just about leaving UA, it was about stepping out into the world on their own, leaving behind the safety and structure that had guided them through their teenage years. And while Bakugou had always been the one to charge ahead without hesitation, there was something bittersweet about the idea of moving on. They weren't just leaving UA, they were leaving behind the routine they had known for years. They were leaving behind the hallways, the training grounds, the dorms that had become a second home. But most of all, they were stepping out of the protective circle that Aizawa and Yamada had created for them, a circle that had given Bakugou something he hadn't realized he needed: a family. As the ceremony began, the boys took their seats among their classmates, listening as the principal and various teachers spoke about the journey they had all been on. Aizawa, in his usual no-nonsense way, gave a speech that was as brief as it was meaningful, reminding the students that their journey wasn't over, but was only just beginning. "You've all worked hard to get here," Aizawa said, his voice steady but filled with the quiet pride he so rarely showed. "But remember, this isn't the end. Being a hero isn't about a diploma or a title. It's about what you do, every day, from here on out. You've been given the tools. Now, it's up to you to use them." Bakugou, Hitoshi, and Izuku listened intently, each of them reflecting on what those words meant to them. They had all taken different paths, but in the end, they had come to understand the same thing: being a hero wasn't just about power or recognition. It was about who they were at their core. It was about the choices they made and the people they chose to protect. When the ceremony ended and the students began to gather with their families, the three boys found themselves standing off to the side, watching as their classmates hugged their parents and friends. Bakugou, for once, was quiet, his usual bravado tempered by the weight of the moment. Hitoshi glanced at him, a small smile tugging at his lips. "You're thinking about it too, huh? How much everything's changed." Bakugou didn't answer right away, but then he nodded, his gaze fixed on the crowd. "Yeah. It's weird. Feels like just yesterday we were fighting villains and worrying about exams. Now we're done." Izuku, ever the optimist, grinned. "We're not done, Kaken. We're just getting started." Bakugou smirked, though there was a softness in his expression that hadn't been there before. "Yeah, I guess so." As they stood there, Aizawa and Yamada approached, both of them looking uncharacteristically emotional. Aizawa's face was as stoic as ever, but his eyes betrayed the pride he felt. Yamada, on the other hand, was practically beaming, his usual exuberance on full display. "You three," Yamada said, shaking his head in amazement. "Look at you. All grown up and ready to take on the world." Aizawa nodded, his voice quieter, but just as meaningful. "You've all come a long way. We're proud of you." There was a pause as the words settled over them, and Bakugou found himself shifting uncomfortably. He wasn't used to this kind of emotional conversation, wasn't used to the idea that people could be proud of him for something other than his strength or his abilities. But standing here, with Aizawa and Yamada, he realized that this was different. This wasn't about what he could do. It was about who he had become. "Thanks," Bakugou muttered, his voice rough, but sincere. "For everything." Hitoshi smiled, his eyes soft as he looked at the two men who had raised him. "We wouldn't be here without you." Izuku, his eyes shining with emotion, nodded eagerly. "You've given us so much. We'll never forget it." Yamada wiped at his eyes, laughing as he tried to keep his composure. "You three have given us just as much, if not more. Watching you grow into the people you are now. It's been an honor." Aizawa, ever the calm one, placed a hand on Bakugou's shoulder, his grip firm but gentle. "You're ready for this next step. But remember, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, you'll always have a home with us." Bakugou's throat tightened, the weight of those words hitting him harder than he had expected. He had spent so much of his life fighting to prove that he didn't need anyone, that he could handle everything on his own. But now, standing here with his family, he realized that he didn't have to do it alone anymore. "Yeah," Bakugou muttered, his voice thick with emotion. "I know." As the day wore on and the crowd began to thin, the three boys found themselves walking the familiar paths around the school one last time. It was strange, knowing that this chapter of their lives was coming to an end. But even though they were saying goodbye to UA, they weren't saying goodbye to each other. "We've been through a lot, haven't we?" Izuku said, his voice soft as they walked. Hitoshi nodded, his eyes scanning the campus. "More than most people will ever know. But we made it." Bakugou, his hands stuffed in his pockets, grunted in agreement. "Damn right we did." They reached the edge of the school grounds, where the path opened up to the city beyond. For a moment, they stood in silence, taking it all in, the memories, the challenges, the victories. And then, with a shared glance, they turned to face the future. "We're not done yet," Bakugou said, his voice filled with determination. "We've still got a lot to prove." Hitoshi smiled. "And we will." Izuku grinned, his eyes bright with excitement. "Together." With that, they stepped forward, leaving UA behind but carrying with them everything they had learned, everything they had become. They were stronger now, not just as individuals, but as a family. And no matter where life took them next, they knew one thing for certain. They were stronger together. As Aizawa and Yamada watched from a distance, their hearts swelled with pride. Their family had grown in ways they had never expected, and now, as they watched their boys take their first steps into the future, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. "They're going to be amazing out there," Yamada said softly, his voice filled with emotion. Aizawa nodded, his eyes never leaving the three figures walking into the distance. "They already are." And with that, Aizawa and Yamada turned to head home, knowing that wherever their boys went next, they would always have a place to return to, a family that would always be there for them, no matter what. Chapter 25, A New Beginning. Summary. The story ends with the family sitting together, celebrating the future. Bakugou, once brash and isolated, finally accepts that he belongs, not just as a hero, but as part of a family that loves him unconditionally. Together, they look forward to what lies ahead, stronger than ever. Story. The apartment felt warm and alive, the comforting sounds of laughter and conversation filling the air. It was a stark contrast to how Bakugou remembered it when he first moved in, a place that had once felt foreign, unfamiliar, and unsettling. But now, sitting here with the people who had become his family, Bakugou felt something he had spent years avoiding: peace. Aizawa and Yamada had prepared a simple celebration, nothing too extravagant, but it didn't need to be. The mood in the room was enough. There was no need for anything flashy or over the top, just the five of them sitting together around the dining table, plates full of food and hearts full of anticipation for what was to come. The official graduation ceremony had been earlier that day, but this quiet evening with just the five of them, was where Bakugou felt the most at home. Izuku, ever the optimist, was chattering excitedly about his plans for the future. His dream of starting his own support gear company was already in motion, and he could barely contain his excitement as he talked about the possibilities that lay ahead. "I've been working on this new design for Hero Gear," Izuku said, his hands moving animatedly as he explained the intricate details of his latest invention. "It's going to revolutionize the way heroes approach mobility in battle. Kaken, I think you'll really like it. It's designed for people with explosive quirks." Bakugou, seated across from him, raised an eyebrow but couldn't help the small smirk that tugged at his lips. "You better make sure it can handle my blasts, Deku. I'm not going easy on your little inventions." Izuku grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. "I wouldn't expect anything less." Hitoshi, ever the quiet one, watched the interaction with a soft smile. He had already settled into his own plans, ready to step into the world of heroes with a newfound confidence. Though his path had been filled with doubts and insecurities, Hitoshi now stood tall, knowing that his brainwashing quirk was a strength, not a weakness. He had come to understand his own worth, and he was ready to show the world what he was capable of. "Don't let him break all your stuff, Midoriya," Hitoshi said, his voice calm but teasing. "I've seen how Bakugou trains. It's brutal." Bakugou scoffed, leaning back in his chair. "You're just mad, 'cause you can't keep up." Hitoshi smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. "I don't need to keep up. I just need to make you stop." Aizawa and Yamada, sitting at the head of the table, exchanged a glance, both of them quietly enjoying the banter between their boys. Aizawa's expression, as always, was calm and collected, but there was a warmth in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Yamada, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear, clearly reveling in the joy of the moment. "This is what I'm talking about," Yamada exclaimed, raising his glass in a toast. "The future's bright, guys. You've all worked so hard, and now it's time to enjoy it. Here's to everything you've accomplished, and to everything you're going to do." Everyone raised their glasses, clinking them together with a mixture of pride and excitement. Bakugou, who had never been one for sentimental moments, found himself feeling strangely content. It wasn't just about the toast, or the food, or even the fact that they had all graduated. It was about the people sitting around this table, the people who had stood by him, believed in him, even when he hadn't believed in himself. For so long, Bakugou had convinced himself that he didn't need anyone. He had thought that the only way to succeed was to stand alone, to be the strongest, the best, without relying on anyone else. But now, after everything he had been through, he realized just how wrong he had been. He hadn't done this alone. He had done it with them, his family. As the evening wore on, the conversation drifted into lighter territory. They talked about old memories, shared inside jokes, and even debated who had come the farthest in their training. Izuku, of course, argued that Bakugou's leadership skills had grown the most, while Bakugou insisted that it was Izuku who had made the biggest leaps in progress. Hitoshi quietly teased both of them, pointing out that neither of them could match his ability to shut down a room full of opponents with just a few words. But as the night grew quieter and the conversation began to slow, Bakugou found himself reflecting on everything that had brought them to this moment. The battles they had fought, the challenges they had overcome, and the bond they had built together. Without even realizing it, Bakugou had let go of the walls he had spent years building. He had stopped pushing people away. And now, sitting here with Aizawa, Yamada, Hitoshi, and Izuku, he felt a sense of belonging that he had never known he was capable of. Aizawa, noticing the thoughtful look on Bakugou's face, leaned forward slightly, his voice soft but filled with meaning. "You've come a long way, Bakugou. We're proud of you." Bakugou blinked, pulled from his thoughts, and looked up at Aizawa. There was something in Aizawa's eyes, something steady, unwavering. It wasn't just about his strength as a hero. It was about who he had become as a person. Yamada, ever the emotional one, smiled warmly. "You've got a lot to be proud of, kid. We always knew you had it in you, but seeing you here, now. It's something special." Bakugou felt a lump rise in his throat, but he quickly pushed it down. He wasn't used to this kind of praise, this kind of affection. But as he looked around the table, at the people who had become his family, he realized that maybe it was okay to let himself feel it. For once, he didn't need to push it away. "Thanks," Bakugou muttered, his voice rough but sincere. "I appreciate it." The words felt strange on his tongue, but they were true. He did appreciate it, more than he could ever say. This family had given him something he hadn't known he needed. And now, for the first time in his life, Bakugou wasn't running from it. As the night drew to a close, the five of them moved into the living room, settling into the comfortable furniture that had seen so many moments of laughter, arguments, and quiet conversations over the years. It was a familiar scene, one that Bakugou had once taken for granted, but now it felt like something precious. Aizawa sat in his usual chair, his eyes half-lidded in his typical relaxed posture. Yamada was sprawled out on the couch, his grin still as bright as ever, while Izuku and Hitoshi sat on the floor, leaning against the coffee table, their conversation continuing in quiet murmurs. Bakugou, for his part, sat beside Hitoshi, his back resting against the couch as he stared at the ceiling, his mind finally at ease. It wasn't long before the room fell into a comfortable silence, the kind of silence that only existed when people were truly at peace with one another. Bakugou closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the moment wash over him. He didn't need to say anything. He didn't need to prove anything. He was just here. And that was enough. For so long, Bakugou had thought that being a hero meant standing alone, being the strongest, the fiercest. But now, he understood that true strength came from the people you stood beside, the people who believed in you, who loved you, no matter what. He wasn't alone anymore. And that was the greatest victory of all. As the night wore on and the lights in the apartment dimmed, Bakugou's last thoughts before he drifted off to sleep were simple, but powerful. This is what it means to belong. This is what it means to be part of a family. And for Bakugou, that was more than enough.
This is the end of Found in Silence by the Angel Demon. If you have any suggestion, don't hesitate. Don't forget to subscribe to know when the next one is out. Have a good day, angels.